First thing this afternoon, we got Mr. Kenny Talton over there, his sidekick. Austin, you ready to go? Okay, let's talk about substandard housing in Goldsboro.
First of all, let me just say I want to thank Brad Hennett for helping us out with a little bit of technical difficulties that we were having with our presentation today. I think he's got us all squared away. Thank you, sir. And I also want to give a special thanks for having some members of our staff here. Austin Brinkley serving as Assistant Planning Director, and off to the side here we have Ms. Stephanie Booker and Matt Sumlin, both Code Enforcement Officers with our Planning and Code Enforcement Division. Thank you guys for being here. All right, so let's talk about So good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Years ago, leaders of the City of Goldsboro made it very clear that they strongly desired a city that was clean, attractive, and affordable, and a safe place to live. City officials were concerned that the existing stock of substandard and vacant houses would drag down the values of other nearby homes, leading to blight, the suppression of home values, and by extension, property taxes for the city. As a result, efforts were initiated that focused upon substandard and vacant housing throughout the city, and specifically within the historic district of Goldsboro. Many homes were demolished with the hope that home values would increase as blight would be reduced and investors would be drawn back into neighborhoods to build. However, this demolition-only effort left many city neighborhoods economically and socially isolated. Substandard and vacant houses can indeed be a negative force on nearby house values, but vacant lots can be too. Property values will still fall in relation to healthier neighborhoods within the city over time. Moreover, a cleared site almost never attracts the investor attention that a vacant house will. Today, city officials acknowledge that demolition-only initiatives are not the way forward to rebuild struggling neighborhoods. Demolition-only initiatives will only simply replace vacant houses with vacant lots and further isolate remaining residents. One way for the city to regenerate neighborhoods, revitalize their communities, is through the enforcement of two separate programs: order to repair and minimum housing ordinances. Let's talk about the two programs. Order to repair ordinance for the city of Goldsboro seeks to hold property owners responsible for the maintenance and upkeep of their properties. The order to repair ordinance states that the exterior features of any building or structure located within the corporate limits of the city of Goldsboro shall be preserved by the owner and their parties in interest against decay, deterioration, and structural defects. The purpose of order to repair is to preserve homes within the city of Goldsboro's corporate and central business district, which includes the historic district, from being demolished, and help to eliminate blight throughout the city of Goldsboro. Order to repair consists mostly of unoccupied structures. Examples of order to repair are the deterioration of exterior walls surrounding single-family dwellings, foundations, flooring, parapet walls, roofs, beams, chimneys, other horizontal and vertical load-bearing supports that causes leaning, sagging, splitting, listing, or buckling. Also, another example would be deterioration of exterior stairs, porches, handrails, windows, door frames, cornices, and such. So what is current minimum housing ordinance? Minimum housing identifies dwellings only which do not meet the minimum standards of fitness in accordance with the North Carolina State Building Code. These dwellings exist because of dilapidation, defects increasing the hazards of fire, lack of ventilation, light, and sanitary facilities, and other conditions causing such dwellings to be classified as unsafe, unsanitary, dangerous, and detrimental to the health and safety of the residents of the city of Goldsboro. Owner-occupied and owners of tenant-occupied properties who fail to achieve compliance with the minimum standards of fitness are subject to city officials taking appropriate actions necessary to effect the rehabilitation of deteriorated structures by ordering their repair, alteration, or improvement, or to effect rehabilitation of dilapidated structures by an order to vacate and close or remove and demolish the dwelling. So here you will see a list of order to repair cases by district. I wanted to give special thanks to Mr. James Boyette with IT for helping our code enforcement team develop this slide. Currently, members of our code enforcement team are actively working approximately 400 substandard housing cases throughout the city of Goldsboro. This slide depicts the 6 city electoral districts, highlighting the number of substandard housing cases in each district. Districts 1, 3, and 5 had the highest number of cases. In District 1, there are 144 substandard housing cases. Of those cases, 23 have been brought into compliance utilizing the current order to repair and minimum housing programs. In District 3, there are 137 cases. Of those cases, 36 have been brought into compliance. In District 5, there are 44. And of that 44, 26 have been brought into compliance, and so on. So, as you will see from the next couple of slides, since its inception in 2019, Order to Repair has produced a moderate amount of success within the program. Code enforcement officers have helped assist property owners transform their residential properties from unsightly, deteriorating nuisances into beautiful and occupied tax-producing properties, which have positively affected the adjacent neighborhoods in which they are located. As you see from Same set of properties is what the program has resulted in. By the end of 2020, we saw the entire 600 block of Hugh Street brought into compliance with the order to repair. 228 and 230 Wayne Avenue properties were written up under order to repair in May of 2020. We started seeing work begin in July of the same year, and both properties were brought into compliance in November of 2021. Both properties received new electrical and plumbing, as well as updated exteriors and new windows. 105 North Jackson Street was written up in July of 2020. Property was sold in October 2020, and a new order to repair was sent out to the owners. Work began in December of 2020 by the new owners, and the property is now, as of 2021 of October, it has now been brought into compliance. And let's see, one of our last slides here. 512 South Sermon Street was issued an order to repair in September 2020. This property was brought into compliance in February of 2021. 1113 Mimosa, under the order to repair ordinance. There. 104 Bright Street. And of course 700 East Elm Street. The Elm Street was this property was originally written up under our minimum housing in 2017. After code enforcement officials sent out an order to repair notice in April of 2020, this property was sold, and a new letter was sent out informing the owners to comply with the order to repair program. They came into compliance in January of 2022 and in the process of site plan review for commercial occupancy in the future. So when comparing the two, what is order to repair and what is minimum housing? As you'll see here, starting on the right, order to repair focuses on the exterior of the home. Usually they're unoccupied structures, whereas minimum housing focuses only on the interior of an occupied dwelling. The goal of order to repair is to save the home from any proceedings regarding demolition, where minimum housing results in demolition of the home if the property owner fails to bring the property into compliance under minimum standards of fitness of the state building code. Order to repair focuses on the exterior of the home, results in better curb appeal, and reduces the appearance of blight, whereas minimum housing focuses on the interior of the home, providing safer living conditions. Order to repair timeline is from 3 to 9 months, up to a year without the sale of a property due to court delays. And minimum housing timeline, usually from start to finish, is between 11 and 18 months. So, in a nutshell, code enforcement officers are not in the business of tearing down houses throughout the city of Goldsboro. They are responsible for enforcing the protection and preservation of single-family homes for future occupancy. In addition, they are responsible for ensuring minimum standards of fitness for owners and tenants in accordance with the North Carolina State Building Code. Should property owners make the choice to allow their homes to come into a state of disrepair, code enforcement officials will do whatever is necessary to seek compliance with the above-mentioned ordinances by ordering their repair, alteration, or improvement, or ordering to vacate, enclose, and remove or demolish in order to protect the health, safety, and citizens City of Goldsboro. Now we want to discuss a new tool, the new minimum housing code. Utilizing our current processes, we have seen that will continue to result in improved, protected, and preserved properties within the historic district and the corporate limits of the City of Goldsboro. However, the current minimum housing code is outdated and not in compliance with North Carolina's land use law as it relates to Article 12 of the Chapter 160D minimum housing codes. The current minimum housing program does not contain language that will affect abandoned or non-residential commercial properties within the City of Goldsboro. So staff is recommending to City Council that a new minimum housing code be reviewed, developed, and implemented, and brought before City Council for approval in March. At this point in time, I'd like to now turn this presentation over to Mr. Austin Brinkley, and he will finish it out with a discussion of possibly our new minimum housing code. Thank you, Austin.
Kenny. So to transition into this, as stated previously, the current minimum housing code found in the Code of Ordinances is outdated. The purpose of this new minimum housing and abandoned structures ordinance is to protect the health and safety of the welfare and the residents of the city of Goldsboro by establishing these minimum standards and requirements for the initial and continued occupancy. And again, the reasoning for updating this is to have an effective ordinance for the city that's compliant with the standards outlined in Chapter 160D. When looking at the new minimum housing ordinance and how it's planned to be implemented and utilized, is we're going to use this primarily to enforce on occupied residential structures for interior and exterior defects. Residential demolition cases would also be treated as minimum housing regardless of the occupancy status if that home has reached a certain point to where it can be deemed dilapidated based off how it's defined in the ordinance. When dealing with abandoned structures, that was a portion of 160D where it does have language that allows for these types of non-residential structures to be included and treated the same as a dwelling. These will be enforced upon through that abandoned structure section in the ordinance. So looking at it, what exactly is an abandoned structure? It's any non-residential structure that's not going to meet the standards outlined in the ordinance. For every one of these cases, staff is going to evaluate the situation to determine which method of enforcement is going to work best. The order to repair, which is in existence, or the new minimum housing ordinance, which we'll be bringing to council in March for adoption. And then again, compliance is always going to be our main goal in the utilization of this, regardless of which ordinance we choose to go with. So looking at unfit dwellings, these are dwellings that are not going to comply with these minimum standards of fitness that have been outlined in the ordinance. And those minimum standards of fitness could be, anything from a range of structural defects to equipment defects in the structure. Or it's going to be a dwelling that falls into either that deteriorated or dilapidated category, with deteriorated being structures that is less than 50% of the value to repair, dilapidated meaning that greater than 50% of the tax value of that structure is what's required to bring it into compliance with the ordinance. So looking at what a non-residential hazardous structure would be, that's going to be a structure that is going to present problems which may relate to the attraction of insects and rodents, conditions that are conducive to fire hazards, conditions that are going to constitute a probable threat to the adjacent properties, or a situation which a structure may be frequented by persons who are not residents that may use it as living quarters when there's an absence of sanitary facilities, whether they're there authorized or they're in trespass. So this ordinance, the planning director or his designee is going to be known as the public enforcement officer, who will be responsible for enacting this ordinance and carrying out its enforcement. The powers and duties of the planning director, public enforcement officer, or the designee will be to inspect these places of human habitation and abandoned structures, to conduct hearings related to these violations, outlining what needs to happen to achieve compliance, and then to keep records of inspections and of these hearings of the properties and structures that are in violation. And then, another goal or a requirement of it is to work with the citizens to cause the least possible inconvenience. So just to touch briefly on some of the major components that you'll find in this ordinance, there's specific property owner responsibilities outlined, specific occupant responsibilities, structural minimum standards, outline investigation and enforcement process, and penalties, liens, and lis pendens language. And a lot of this is standard from the previous ordinance. It's just expanded upon in greater depth with some more detailed language as far as what's required and how that process is to be carried out. One difference is the previous ordinance does not have that lis pendens language in it, which we do think is going to be a big help in this new ordinance as far as enforcement goes and whenever the property transfers from one owner to a new owner. And so here we just have some examples of how you can expect for this ordinance to be utilized. This is a situation, just scenario where it's an occupied dwelling. As you can see in the pictures, the inside of the structure is deteriorating and it's not safe for human habitation. So this would be handled under our minimum housing ordinance due to it being the interior of the structure. Again, this is a dwelling. It's an abandoned structure. The windows are boarded up and the repairs would probably not exceed 50% of the tax value. This would be another one that's handled under minimum housing. Here you can see the structure, visibly it does have some failing exterior features, but it does, seem like it's going to be minor repairs on it. The repairs are not going to exceed the 50% of that value. This is one that would go through that order to repair program compared to taking it through the minimum housing program. Here you can see another one. It looks like the house is pretty much intact everywhere except for that portion of the roof. Again, this would fall into order to repair as it's not exceeding 50% of the value and it's a home that is not occupied as it appears. So if there's any questions for Kenny or for myself, we can take them at this time.
I asked that this subject be brought to the council during this retreat because I was not sure that all of the council members really have an idea of what this program is and how it affects the general living conditions of our residents as well as the appearance of our city. And we have been the substandard housing committee or body, what we call it, committee, meets quarterly and gets an update on these substandard locations. I also asked that a map of your individual districts be provided to you that show where these structures are if you wanted to take it and go look at them. And then, of course, as Kenny and Austin have talked about, they are going to bring to the council in March a new policy for us to hopefully consider and adopt, and that will make this a more simpler process for them to administer in terms of identifying, enforcing, and so forth. It makes it more expeditious, how do you say that? Faster to bring to some closure these situations too. So, are these maps available now, Austin?
Are you referring to the district map
Yes.
by breakdown? Yes, sir. We can make that available to you.
So, if you want a district map that shows where these locations are, contact Austin and he can get it for you. Any other comments or questions?
I have a statement, and I know it sounds like a broken record what I'm about to say, but there's a property on Mulberry and Slocum Street that kind of goes through so many of these loopholes as to what we see is enforceable, because it's not really a order to repair because it's abandoned, but at the same time it's residential, so it doesn't meet that criteria, but it does meet some of the components where it states that if it's sewage or someone's using that and rodents and all, and also squatters, which is could be a liability, also falls under a fire hazard. If somebody's in there getting high or whatever and they burn themselves. I mean, so you're looking at life safety as well. But this has been a house. I'm just speaking on one house. I think I've got 130 something in my district alone. But needles, hypodermic needles around the premises. Just saw some the other day. So what is it going to take to speed this process up. I know we're not in the business of tearing down houses, but I would hate to see somebody inside that house that dies, or someone, a passerby, getting pricked by a needle. I mean, there's so many different scenarios that I just want to see. And I'm quite sure everybody that has an issue in their district has these same, I'm not being selfish in what I'm saying, but I see this every day. I mean, the house is 2 blocks from my house, and I don't even walk my granddaughter down that route anymore because I don't want her to prick herself, needle, have seen witness needles with drugs in them. Could kill somebody, you know. So what is it going to take to speed up this process on some of these properties? And
Yes, sir. So, you know, based off of what you've explained here, more than likely, it sounds like that structure would be able to be handled by the new proposed minimum housing and abandoned structures ordinance. What that really does is it takes, you know, under the order to repair, some of these properties in violation, they have to go through the court system. Under this new ordinance, whenever it gets to a certain point to where our, you know, us trying to achieve compliance and enforcement has gotten to a certain point, those properties would then come to council. And so the council would, you know, have a much more involved role in deciding what, you know, eventually happens with these properties. So we do anticipate some of these being able to move through much faster due to that fact that we're going to be able to bring it to council and hopefully expeditiously handle it here at this level to, you know, to achieve what the city needs.
thank you, sir.
And then,
I've been working at this house now for 6 years. We haven't been able.
the bottom line, when the house gets condemned or council condemns it, what happens?
So in the case of in case of a demolition, then once council adopts that ordinance, then the city staff could effectuate the purpose of that ordinance and have the house demolished or repaired just based off of which category it falls into as far as the enforcement goes on it.
So then you need funding sources. General fund or even CDBG could potentially be used in low to moderate income areas. And we've got to prioritize funding for that. Otherwise, you're just doing a bunch of paperwork.
One of the good things about this is that it does possibly eliminate having to go through the courts for a long, drawn-out affair. But many of these cases will be handled by the council and not have to go to the court.
Yes, sir.
If one of the goals is also to avoid just simply tearing down our neighborhoods and turning them into vacant lots, we're also going to have a conversation about the finances of how those fees and those the amounts that go into the demolition or go into the repair are then transferred to whomever buys that property. It does changes the development formula dramatically when you've got a lot that's a $1,500 or $2,500 lot that has a $25,000 assessment on it from a demolition, as opposed to being able to get it at that, depending on where it is in the city, you already know what you're going to be able to sell it for. And so I think if we're trying to ensure that our neighborhoods don't turn into a collection of vacant lots, which I'm strongly in favor of, we've also got to have this conversation in correlation with what the back end looks like with when we're ready to have that lot either conveyed to a developer or as part of a recruitment for a developer.
And on the flip side of that same argument, it's also preventing property values of the property owners in those areas. I mean, when you have a house infused in a neighborhood like that, it prevents your property value from going up. I mean, so, okay, you have an empty lot, but the property owners are stagnated in their property values because of this. You know, when I bought my house, almost 17 years ago, there wasn't a problem. And nobody can possibly foresee this kind of thing taking place, but I mean, if I were to sell, I'm not going to get anywhere near the value what it could possibly be if this problem weren't in this community. So it's a double-edged sword when you look at it from that way. So I'm just glad it's not going to be stalled in the court system, and we will have some say in it.
Right, and then, you know, just to reiterate, you know, we're not wanting to tear down homes either. You know, repair and rehabilitation is always going to be the primary option. Just we do have that demolition option on the table if it does get to that the extent.
Any other questions, comments?
Just the only other comment that I'd make, Mr. Mayor, is that when we think about this situation in these areas that need revitalization, we have to recognize, just like Councilman Pollack said, that some of these ones are going to have to be torn down. Yes, we're not in the business of tearing down neighborhoods, but if we don't remove the blight, these ones that are never going to get built on, they will stay there, and then it's a disincentive to development. So actually, a vacant lot is much preferred over to a house that's 75% beat up or burned out. So those things are going to have to be done in certain areas where we're going to have to spend more money making those areas more market ready. We need reinvestment, and to get reinvestment, it's got to look right. And if it's severely blighted, that means we have to tear down more in some cases. I'm all in favor of revitalizing and rebuilding where we need to, but there's also areas that we need to tear down and demolish. I think we just have to strike that balance.
You're right, we will. But to try and make sure that true, genuine owner-occupied examples, and I'm nuancing, your overarching comment I agree with, but I'm kind of nuancing a piece of this. We have some folks in the city that are going to get order to repair who are genuine owner-occupied folks who genuinely want to be there, want to be good neighbors. They can't afford it. And so there's got to be some programs in place to be able to assist them with those things as well. It's a complicated onion, is all I'm trying to say, and I don't want to pass one specific piece of it that then ends up creating a larger snowball problem without also having a piece for those.
And I say that I think that's exactly right, and the programs that we have in place are moving us in the right direction. I'm trying to get the development services to more wrap community development services together, so they're working together. Every department is somewhat overwhelmed right now, and they're not seeing, okay, well, here we have this pot of money, we can use this in this order to repair, to replace this and rebuild it, instead of just thinking, okay, well, this money doesn't really apply. So we're trying to coordinate that more now.
That's good work. Thank you. Thank you.
Any other comments? Sir.
Kenny, back over to you for Ash Street Quarter Study.
So again, good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. This afternoon, you'll hear a presentation by Mr. Zach Bugg of Kittleson and Associates regarding a study referred to as the East Ash Street Corridor Study. This study was led by Goldsboro's Metropolitan Planning Organization and consists of sections of US 70 business from George Street to Berkeley Boulevard to improve multimodal safety and access. Once one of the heaviest traveled roadways in Goldsboro, Ash Street has since been bypassed by US 70 twice. Once in the mid-1900s when US 70 was routed north of the Central Business District, and again in 2016 when the US 70 bypass I-42 was completed to bypass the city limits altogether. With additional traffic diverted by I-795 and the planned upgrade of US 117 west and south of Goldsboro, the East Ash Street corridor no longer serves inner city traffic and has the potential to dramatically change in context and character from a major thoroughfare arterial to a local collector street. With the steady drop in traffic demand along Ash Street, the corridor is prone to speeding and safety issues, particularly along four-lane undivided sections with frequent driveways serving as impediments to bicycle, pedestrian transportation north and south of the Central Business District. Furthermore, public transportation along the corridor must compete for space with passenger cars with no dedicated lanes or pullouts. To assist the City of Goldsboro, city officials contracted with Kittleson and Associates of Wilmington, North Carolina to lead the East Ash Street Corridor Study and produce an effective, implementable, recommended alternative going forward. Without further ado, please let me introduce Mr. Zach Bugg, who serves as the project manager for the study. Zach? I wanted to say thank you for your leadership and professionalism going forward. He's been a pleasure to work with. I'll turn the floor over to you for his presentation.
I just got some backup slides. Hopefully I won't need any of those. All right, well, good afternoon. My name is Zach Bug. I'm an engineer with Kittleson and Associates, and I will try to limit this to about 15 minutes. So as Kenny said in his introduction, this project was initiated by the Metropolitan Planning Organization in an effort to address speeding and safety concerns on Ash Street. Kittleson is leading the consultant team along with Three Oaks Engineering, which is out of Durham. And the focus of the project is to improve safety, connectivity, address speeding, as well as multimodal mobility and accessibility for all transportation users along the corridor. And our study area is Ash Street from George Street all the way to Berkeley Boulevard. Here you can see a timeline with some of the key meeting dates for this project. We got kicked off back around last March or April and held our first public meeting in June over at the Herman Park Center. We then met with the steering committee 3 times. Our final steering committee meeting is actually going to be on Monday. We held a second public meeting here in this room back in October. The draft final report is now completed, and it's under review by the city, the MPO, and NCDOT. And the final implementation schedule for the project recommendations is unknown at this time. Hopefully, these recommendations will be put so forth in a way that they can be funded through the next NCDOT STI process, which is Spot 7.0, which is taking submittals this year. So going over the project goals and objectives, first and foremost, we want to prioritize safety for all users, provide for multimodal connectivity and accessibility across the corridor as well as linearly along the corridor. This study aims to address equity and environmental justice in this area, engaging the community and the stakeholders throughout the project, promoting economic growth and viability, not harming the businesses that are along the corridor or around it, and then also to develop something that's implementable. We're not doing this as an academic exercise where we develop a solution that could never be funded or implemented. The idea is to create a funding strategy and an implementation plan that maximizes the possibility of scoring within the NCDOT STI process. As I said, the study area extends from George Street on the west to Berkeley Boulevard on the east. You can see a map here. And our public engagement strategy was intended to be broad, primarily through stakeholders and public meetings. As I mentioned, we had 5 total meetings, including this one next week. Having some community meetings with the public. We have an online presence through a project website that mainly acts as a library of the project documents, also has some links to project surveys, an interactive comment map, and some of the drawings for the project. So we've had a couple of surveys that piggybacked on those community meetings. We've got some really good feedback through those. Just here's a view of our website. It's a fairly limited, kind of a simple library as far as websites go, but it does document all of the project activities to date, and it has a link to an interactive comment map that's still open for folks to just double click, leave a comment, leave their feedback that way. So the key findings really from the public, we let this process really be driven by the public and stakeholders, is there is strong support for improving safety along this corridor, improving safety at all the driveways and the numerous 4-lane sections without center left turn lanes. There's a support for walking and biking along this corridor. It's constant. You can see the activity out there, even when it's hot outside like today. And there are too many turning movements on side streets and driveways, so maybe there's some need for access management. Every bus route in town either crosses or runs alongside the corridor. So there's a strong focus and need for transit amenities and more shelters and that sort of thing. And there's general support for rededicating the street space by removing travel lanes. So I'll go quickly through the alternatives of the project. Of course, we have the no-build, which maintains the existing cross-section and the intersection control. So there's 13 signals in the study area and one roundabout at Center Street. Alternative one really just restripes the project, restripes the roadway to remove one through lane in either direction and provide a center left turn lane throughout the project. The removed lane would create space in some sections for that center left turn lane, and then in other sections there would be room for a buffered on-street bike lane, which you see here on the left side of your screen, where there's a painted bike lane with a bit of a painted buffer to help with traffic separation. It would maintain the existing 13 signalized intersections and one roundabout. Alternative two would also remove a lane in either direction, but it would provide a median, so a center median, instead of a center left turn lane throughout the project, and it would convert all of the signalized intersections to roundabouts. Most of those would just need to be single lane, but some of them would need to be multi-lane, like the one out at Center Street. Same thing with the bike lanes, same treatments there. So we put both of those alternatives in front of the public back in October and heard a lot of great support for both of them. With that said, I guess alternatives 1 and 2. So both of the build alternatives received a lot of support. The no build alternative did not receive really any support, which is always good news. After that public meeting, we held a work session with the project steering committee. So again, it's folks from City of Goldsboro engineering, the MPO planning staff, as well as NCDOT division staff. And we identified a hybrid alternative. We knew that alternative 2 was probably going to be too expensive to replace every signal along the corridor with a roundabout. So we identified where's the best bang for your buck, so to speak, to address the speeding problems, to space the roundabouts kind of evenly along the corridor, and to really look at the intersections that had the highest crash problem. As all of you know, roundabouts result in significant decreases in crashes and in crash severity compared with signals and unsignalized intersections. So the idea here was to mix and match some elements of alternatives 1 and 2. The other thing here is once you get to the Stony Creek Bridge and kind of east of that, past Dollar General and Ridgewood Drive, you really can't make one lane in each direction work. There's some expected traffic growth in that area and not as much decline. So ultimately we recommended maintaining 4 lanes on the very eastern part of the study area, kind of around Spence Avenue and Berkeley Boulevard. We really didn't want to harm that anticipated growth by removing lanes. But there's still some opportunities to improve multimodal transportation conditions there. We looked at reducing the lane width from 12 feet to 11 feet, allowing there to be a median there to help with access control, as well as improving crosswalks and providing those at the intersections. This alternative, instead of replacing all 13 signals with roundabouts, it would replace 7 of them with roundabouts. Some of the additional improvements that we explored, and again, we got these in front of the public back in October and heard a lot of great feedback on what types of multimodal treatments they could envision in their community. We heard that it's really important to have a large crosswalk at every signalized intersection with the accompanying amenities like pedestrian push buttons and signal heads. I think there's only 4 of those along the corridor right now. Having a mid-block crosswalk at the Stony Creek Greenway, kind of in front of the Dollar General there, that was a big ask. So you can see here just one rendering at the top that shows you what a signalized treatment would be there, where you have an activated push button. Folks liked the idea of having the on-street bicycle lanes, but with that buffer, people were not quite as excited to get out there and bike alongside traffic with no buffer, but wherever there was some room available with that existing laneage, they said they would be comfortable having that buffer. So you can see that in the middle image here. And then bus pullouts was another big outcome. This is something that we really did not come up with. This was directly from public feedback. Folks' desire to have a way to pass buses and for buses to safely kind of pull out at the bus stop outside of traffic and then merge back into traffic wherever there's space available. So we did program those. So you can see here just for one segment of the corridor, the before and after of what that might look like from a typical section where you've converted the 5-lane with center two-way left turn lane to 2 lanes and buffered bike lanes on street and then a median. Some of the outcomes we really expect here are a major reduction in speeding. Because of those roundabouts, they tend to limit traffic to 25 miles per hour at most. We would anticipate the crash frequency goes down due to that access management, the intersection control upgrades, and the severity of crashes. There was one fatal crash out here in our last 5 years, so there is some severity happening out there. This is anticipated to address that. We're really not going to see any impact on travel time or congestion. As Mr. Talton said, it's minimal traffic out there today. It's been declining over the years. What we found is really less than 50% of the capacity is being used at a lot of these intersections anyway. So we really wouldn't expect a huge change in the end-to-end travel time. It's a little paradoxical because the speeds will go down, but the travel time will not change. That's really, when you see speeding, you get the top of the top as far as what folks perceive and what leads to crashes and so on and so forth. But this would address some of that extreme speeding. You have a lot better walking and bicycling connectivity, and both linearly along the corridor and then across the corridor. And really what this is aimed to do is there's an opportunity to make this street from a thoroughfare into a destination. And I know you all have had a lot of successes already with Center Street, kind of that streetscaping there with the roundabouts. And I think folks really see that out in front of City Hall as a core area of downtown, as a destination, rather than a thoroughfare, to go from north to south. So I think there's an opportunity to do that here, again, in the east-west direction. So the next steps here, we are, like I said, we finished up our draft report last week, and that is under review. There's some components of that report that we'd be happy to share. It's just they didn't make it into our presentation because we're still finalizing some of the design components, the cost, for example, and we really want to get that in front of the MPO before we finalize and share that with City Council. But if folks have questions about that, I'd be happy to answer those. As I said, we'll be submitting this into the DOT spot process. We've actually broken this up into a series of projects to kind of help with funding and implementation, to try to prioritize some of the sections of the corridor and reduce the cost for getting something done. There's some opportunity for alternative funding sources and grants, safety-related grants, multimodal, community-related grants to kind of help offset that cost. And if the project is funded, it would go back to community engagement. It would go back to design. So what you all see here is, again, we're very early in the planning stages, and the purpose of this is really just to get the project started and to get the project funded. All right, so with that said, I'll take any questions.
Any questions from anyone?
Did y'all actually do traffic counts, or are they just estimated based on simulations?
Yes, sir, we did traffic counts.
Okay.
The city provided us with traffic counts post-COVID. I think the latest counts were spring of 2021. Okay. And we did some additional counts out in 2022. So we felt like we looked at pre-COVID and post-COVID, because I think the city actually has things all the way back to like 2016, maybe even earlier than that. But we compared 2019 and 2021 just to make sure those were reflecting the rebound in traffic. Yes, sir.
I see a lot of accidents on John Street versus William Street, but you got the roundabout on William Street. I don't know if you're tracking that data, but that would be interesting as to why we would leave that still a light.
Yes, sir. The idea here is to space those roundabouts evenly. Mm-hmm. Our thinking was, you have it every block, that ends up impacting those corner parcels. Really, every time you place a roundabout, we're not looking at a whole lot of right-of-way needs, but we felt like we wanted to get that even spacing along the corridor, whereas placing it both at John and William, getting much more expensive.
Okay.
Hopefully, having something on either side of John is
Slows
really
it
going to have
down.
that halo effect
Yeah.
and slow folks down.
How about your bike lanes when you go into a roundabout? What does a person do when that kind of gets cut off in the picture?
Yes, sir. So typically, we want to provide two options for cyclists. There's a population of cyclists that really desires to bike in the road, that wants to go about the speed of traffic. So we provide that option by terminating the on-street bike lane. Cars are going, around the same speed as bikes at that point when they slow down for the roundabout. But for that proportion of the cycling public that doesn't want to mix with traffic, we provide a ramp onto a shared use path system. So similar to the Greenway out here, to have about an 8-foot, 10-foot path where the bikes can navigate the roundabout as a pedestrian.
Okay. Thank you.
I'd like to say that I attended the public meetings on these, and I was impressed with the public interest in this. We had business owners, we had residents, et cetera, a mix of all that. And their comments were recorded, not recorded in terms of filming, but they recorded their comments and passed on to DT of Department of Transportation. And so the information that he's providing you is not just something that a bunch of engineers decided, but they certainly did take the public's concerns into consideration. So thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mayor. Any other questions?
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you for your time.
All right, Mayor, so we're a little ahead of schedule here for a 1:30 downtown parking discussion. Are you ready? Is Dwight here? Okay. Do you want to wait? Okay. Mayor, a little quick break till we get Dwight on the line. If we can't get him on time at 1:30, then you'll go ahead, Aaron?
Take a break in place.
Okay.
Don't forget to fill out your surveys.
please
Yes,
do.
ma'am.
All right, we have Mr. Bassett on the line. I don't know that I need an introduction, but I'm Erin Fonseca. I'm the Downtown Development Director, and today I will be presenting on downtown parking as a follow-up to a public input forum back in January. My mic is, I don't need a mic. Okay. Okay. And I am joined by our consultant, Mr. Dwight Bassett. Dwight is the the Director of Economic Development and Parking Management for the town of Chapel Hill. He facilitated our discussion in January, and he's going to lead off the presentation with an overview of the parking forum and the feedback that was received.
You're muted.
Good afternoon. Is my presentation showing up?
We're all set for you,
Yes.
Dwight.
Okay. So, as Aaron said, we had a public meeting back in January and invited the public, and I'm just going to walk through. She's already introduced who I am. So, just a brief history. Our parking study was executed back in 2017 to determine current and future parking needs and to capture availability. The study also captured parking during peak times and briefly covered future enforcement management opportunities. There's been recent growth in downtown and progress affects parking. We're going to be talking about types of parking users and behaviors, public, private, citizens, employees, and residents and visitors, current concerns and opportunities for improvement, and potential management options. To consider options in creating a parking system that supports businesses and growth downtown was the goal of this parking forum. And so that's what we're going to discuss today, is what we heard from that forum. This is just a scale showing the differential between where you're at on the left side of the screen is free parking and going across to completely paid parking in all areas. And there are steps, time-limited parking, 2 hours free, 1 hour free, 30 minutes free, or 20 minutes free, and then paid. And just to illustrate the parameters that you could be thinking about when it comes to your downtown parking management. So downtown parking has to support the economic vitality of downtown. Parking has to be balanced between public and private interest, and parking has to be managed to balance that interest. So just to go over a couple of slides from the 2017 parking study, we look at on-street occupancy was at about 19%, public off-street was at about 35%, and private off-street was at about 46%. And in the scheme of occupancies, normally you don't have an occupancy, a parking problem until you hit about 60%, and that's when it's time to start thinking about future needs, and you're not close to being in that category of thinking about additional parking. It's strictly management. Then we look at the total parking occupancy by the time of day from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. And you see again that you have a peak usage between 11 a.m. And 2 p.m. Where the bulk of your demand is for your parking. Then we look at a graphic that shows occupancy level, and you can see that outside of 1 or 2 off-street lots, primary occupancy that's reaching into the 50 to 70% is on street. And so that's probably where the primary interest should be in thinking about a parking management strategy. So we offered 3 options to the public. The first is to manage on-street customer spaces and patrol by time. There's no charge for parking, but you would ticket cars parked more than 2 or 3 hours. You would use a courtesy ticket for first-time violators and develop a continuing education program about why you're patrolling for on-street parking. Option 2 was to manage on-street public parking, manage on-street for 2 or 3 hours and ticket violators, set a parking rate and actually charge for parking, which is different than option 1, charging between 25 cents and $1 per hour, and then issue residential and business decals for use in off-street lots, and issue courtesy tickets for first-time violators. And then option 3, which is managing on-street and off-street public parking, managing on-street for 2 to 3 hours, time limits, and ticket violators, set a parking rate, set an off-street parking rate, which is different than option 2 for off-street parking, and then issue residential and business decals for use in off-street lots, and continue to issue courtesy tickets for first-time violators. Then you look, your screen to the right shows the notes from that public meeting. It's still option 1 that I just gave you an overview of, and it had 35 people voting that this is the direction they felt that downtown should go when it comes to parking management. And you can certainly read those comments. Aaron has my presentation and can share it. It's probably already in your packet if you want to read the details of those notes. On option 2, there were 10 votes, and this is the one where you begin charging for on-street only and ticketing for violators. And you can see all the notes and comments that came from the public, and there were only 10 votes for this option. And then option 3, which is the full management of on-street and off-street and charging, was only had 1 vote. And you can see the notes on screen from the public comments related to that option. And so the recommendation that's coming out of this public forum is to manage on-street customer spaces and patrol by time, no charge for parking, ticket cars parked for more than 2 to 3 hours, use a courtesy ticket for first-time violators, and develop a continuing education program and explain why you're patrolling for on-street parking. And with that, I will turn it over to Aaron.
Thank you, Dwight. Do we want to allow Dwight to take questions or wait until the end and take questions for both of us?
If there's any questions for the consultant, Dwight, I think.
I have a question. You probably can answer it though, Aaron. With the option 1, and I know we talked about residents having stickers, does that 2 to 3 hours apply to the resident that has a sticker as well?
The intent is not to be for anything but retail customers on street at that point.
Yep, so I think the sticker option is really for paid parking. So if you were to have paid parking, then you could provide a sticker for residents to park in off-street lots. Otherwise, there's no point in having a sticker. There has to be some regulation that includes paid parking to have a sticker. Yep. Okay. All right, well, I'm going to go into my portion of the presentation. Dwight, if you want to hang out on the line, we can both entertain questions at the end.
Okay.
So, as a follow-up in preparation for today's meeting, staff have met and discussed some recommendations of a potential outline for implementing option 1 based on Dwight's recommendations for parking management. I have a presentation. Should I just click through?
That's it.
Wrong way? Left means right? No? There we go, that's me. Okay, so the steps for implementation are, number 1, to define our regulations and signage needs. Number 2, to determine enforcement needs and our measures for enforcement. And then lastly, to update our ordinances and determine a timeline. Okay, so when we're looking at regulations, we're just focused on street parking specifically. We actually look through our ordinances, and we have existing ordinances in place for how to manage timed parking. So we pulled ordinance 72.26, which calls for 2-hour parking from 8:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. with the suggestion of Monday through Saturday. The language simply states any day but Sunday. So it doesn't have to be Monday through Saturday, it could be Monday through Friday, but we already have the language in place in our ordinances to adopt that. Of course, we need signage to do it. We would need to add language in Chapter 75 of our ordinances to determine the footprint. So among staff, we talked about where it would be best to add 2-hour parking limits. And we came up with the footprint of Center Street from Ash Street to Chestnut, which is where, the bulk of our businesses are on Center Street. Mulberry Street from John to James, and then Walnut Street from John to James. Again, this is where, if we look at that heat map from Dwight's presentation of a lot of the parking issues that we have, they're in those areas. The complaints that we heard during the forum as well are specifically in these areas. So again, that would be 8:30 to 5:30 timed parking for 2 hours, just Monday through Friday or Monday through Saturday. And then we would add recommended signage. So more than likely, we would go with the standard signage to the right of your, or left of your screen for 2-hour parking. The estimated cost for signage, just to make sure that we have ample signage, we want to make sure that everyone knows that there are parking regulations in place. The estimate is between $4,000 to $8,000 for materials. I think that's probably a little bit high. The bulk of that cost is going to be in the poles to actually put the sign on. We have a lot of street poles, light poles, things that we could currently utilize, but we'd have to put more in the median. So this number is based on 4 per street side of the block. So essentially 16 per block, if that makes sense, on Center Street. So $4,000 to $8,000 is what we're looking at in terms of the cost of rolling that out. I wanted to go back to, this ordinance 72.26. So 2 hours is the common time limit that we would use, but the ordinance also includes language for 1 hour or 15 minute. I have heard from some merchants that they would be interested in maybe a couple of 15-minute parking spaces along Center Street. These would be utilized for like quick stop if you want to maybe have DoorDash run into Laughing Owl or Brisa's, or you want to stop and grab a cup of coffee or ice cream. You can do that without parking in a 2-hour space. So that's just an option. Okay, next step would be enforcement and determining our enforcement measures. So enforcement would be done largely by a GPD with support by code enforcement. Again, that's outlined in our ordinances 72.90. Of course, we can't enforce it until we have the signage in place. So that has to be the first step after we adopt any amendments to our ordinances. The ticket cost also comes from our ordinance, which would be a $25 ticket with a late fee of $25 after 15 days or $100 after 30 days. So again, that's already in our ordinances, and doing some research on other communities, that's a pretty common price. We have learned historically that regulations don't work without a price tag to change behavior. A $1 ticket is not going to change behavior, which is what we really have a problem with, essentially. It's just the type of use. And I also wanted to share with you some stats on the number of spaces. My mic keeps going out. Is it just me that hears that?
I think you're turning your head.
It might be. Okay, so if we go back to Dwight's presentation about the number of spaces, there are 1,929 total public parking spaces. The footprint that we are looking at adding 2-hour parking to includes about 220 spaces, which is 11.5% of our total public parking. So the heat map that he showed us, you can see that the bulk of our customers and our parking is happening on street, but that's not where the bulk of our parking is. So again, that's why I say that it's important to have fees that encourage change of behavior. We have ample parking in public spaces, but by adding this 2-hour parking regulation, we can encourage more turnover and therefore just encourage better use of parking downtown. Okay, lastly on here, we would just analyze our parking. So we'd review our citation statistics and concerns on a regular basis with our parking commission. So within our ordinances, there's a defined parking commission of city leaders that includes the assistant city manager, director of engineering, the police chief, and then we would replace the public works director with the planning director in that language. So they would be able to analyze the statistics of parking on a regular basis and recommend changes to you all as needed.
Ms. Aaron,
Yes.
before you advance, can y'all hear me on my mic?
Yes.
Okay. This may be a question.
Here.
This may be a question also for Chief West, but due to some of our shortages within PD and possibly some of the issues we're facing with code enforcement already on some of the projects they have, is this going to pull away, Chief, in your opinion, from what the workload of your staff is already to monitor? I'm concerned outside of downtown as well, so I'm looking at your department as well.
I think initially it will, but I think the planning was as it evolves and we get.
Chief, if you can get to a mic.
There's so many of them. I think initially it would pull away from us what we're trying to do now, but I think once it's implemented to where I can get staffed up, then I think it's going to fall back where it needs to be, and that's with law enforcement, with police. But right now, it would probably be a little bit of a struggle for us. I'm hoping that we can get the volunteer or the reserve unit kind of stood up with our civilians, and then the civilians can kind of complement this effort downtown as far as the parking as well. So,
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Brad, I'm trying to advance my slide and it's not. That's okay. Okay. So my last slide, I promise. The last step will be updating the ordinances. So I believe the timeline to actually roll this out and get to a point where we're ready to enforce is about 90 to 120 days. So the next step would be to present an amendment of the ordinances to you all in March or April, ideally March, the sooner the better, so that we can start ordering our signage. Then we would order and install the signage, have that rolled out by June, and then we'd be able to start enforcing. Of course, all the while, we would make sure that we had education measures in place to let the public know that this would be happening. All right,
Question.
that's all I have.
Question.
Yes.
So all of the available off-street parking is not public parking. Some of it's owned by property owners. And they would probably be amenable to people parking in there if they were somehow compensated for that. Has that been taken into account?
That has. We've had those discussions, and some of those discussions have led to acquisitions of or agreements to utilize parking lots. And an example is the Waynesboro parking lot. So the Waynesboro parking lot was privately owned. Now the city owns it. They restriped it, and it's shared parking. So there's an opportunity that we could take that step if it's necessary. I think the first step is to implement these enforcement measures and then analyze again what situation we're in. If we need additional parking, if we need designated staff parking or merchant parking, then we could have some of those conversations. I would certainly start having them now to see if anybody would be amenable to a shared situation or even a long-term lease agreement with the city. So the number of parking spaces that are private in downtown are just over 1,600. But again, that public number is over 1,900. So there are 1,929 spaces that are public downtown. Yep.
Aaron, I've
So
got-
again, we have ample parking.
Just one more comment along those lines on the ample parking. We did the study back in 2016, that's when the data was, of course, that's 7 years old right now. And have you seen a trend with the merchants or the downtown businesses saying, since 2017, an increasing need for parking management, or what are your thoughts on that?
Absolutely. I mean, the discussions with our merchants are what ultimately led to us having this conversation today. The largest growth that we've seen has been in our upper story residential units. So we've more than doubled the number of upper story residential units that we have downtown since 2016. So that leads to just different use of our parking, and I really think that this 2-hour parking structure is going to at least change the behavior and allow us to reanalyze what we're looking at. It's my ultimate goal to have every commercial space downtown not vacant, to have it utilized. If that happens, then we could potentially have an expansive parking issue. But yes, to answer your question, there has been definitely an uptick in use and then a change in type of use. So we're seeing more long-term use of our parking spaces than before.
So you're going to bring back the amended ordinance in March?
Yes.
If you get council concurrence. If you get council concurrence to move forward.
Yeah, well, I'll ask that question then.
I have a question first, if you don't mind, Mayor, before we get a consensus. Aaron, just for clarity, so that I'm clear, are we saying that on-street parking, those spaces will be reserved for the merchants and their customers only?
No.
No, we're not dictating who can utilize those spaces. We're only putting a time limit on the use.
For how long they can use it?
Correct.
So my concern is, and I think that's why, someone made the sticker comment about residents during the meeting, because it seems a bit unfair to me. If I have decided to choose downtown to live, that I'm gonna be required to park off-street, or I have to be conscious of saying, okay, I've been home for 2 hours now, I have to go and move my car. And then I'm concerned about our staff who, sometimes work long hours, where they're gonna have to be required to park. I think staff has already made some accommodations for merchants just in good faith now, but I don't wanna inconvenience our staff and our residents to be more accommodating to merchants and customers. I wanna find a really nice balance, but I don't wanna tell our residents that they have to park so far away from their residents, considering businesses are going to be closing, I'm coming home late from work, all of those things, and I just don't think I just don't hear the consideration for staff and our residents as well.
If I could comment on the staff.
Sure.
I think we need to take a look at our staff parking lots and mark them off for staff only, which is going to inconvenience some people between the back of our building, the annex, and John Street. Some people that live there above those businesses would have to find parking other places. But I do think we have enough parking between the two parking lots next to City Hall to accommodate city employees and city vehicles.
This parking ordinance would be from 8:30 to 5:30.
Correct. I was about to make the same point.
The people who live downtown that normally would work would be coming home at the end of that parking zone time.
Correct.
And shouldn't have any problem parking after that, after 5:30 in terms of having to move the vehicles or whatever.
Yep, that's right. They wouldn't have an issue until 8:30 in the morning. And even then, they'd have 2 hours to move their car, so let's say 10:30. But additionally, going back to my point about the number of spaces, so this only affects 220 on-street spaces in a 6-block area. That's 11.5% of all of the public spaces that we have. And if we're talking about residents, so the areas where we have concentrated residential units, there are parking lots that they can utilize that are very close to their space. It's just that not everyone is utilizing them. So that goes back to my point about just changing use and changing behavior. But, if we're concerned about people that are, like you said, they're coming home late, they don't want to walk far from the lot, they're not going to have to worry about that because it's only until 5:30.
Okay, one last question. When we talked about adopting ordinance updates, that will require a public hearing before, right?
That's a question for you guys.
Well, it depends if we make any amendments and the changes to the language. We can enforce our existing ordinance right now. So that's a depends answer.
But it says update, so I'm assuming we would be changing some verbiage in our current, which would require a public hearing, right?
That's correct.
It's not up there, so I just wanted to make sure that people
To be
know.
a little more specific, you can go back a couple of slides. What would need to be changed is Chapter 75, we would need to list those streets, if that's what council concurs with. And then If you could go forward, one more slide. We need to change 72.58, and that's just an administrative thing. The Public Works Director used to be in that parking commission because he had the sign shop. The sign shop is now under engineering, so I think it would be more appropriate to have the Director of Planning on that board with its code enforcement. So that would be an administrative change we would bring to you.
Just to further elaborate again, because this is changes in our municipal code, which is different than our zoning code. So our municipal code is, it does not require public hearings like that. Not that we wouldn't say that we wouldn't have to have one, I mean, that we wouldn't want to do one, but it doesn't require it. We can make changes in our municipal code without a public hearing.
Go ahead.
If I may, I remember at the public hearing, the young lady that has the business adjacent to the staff parking next to City Hall has a hair salon. I mean, my wife's a hairstylist, and, you know, they can be in there from anywhere from 3 to 4 hours, especially if they're going to, I don't know, does she have a nail salon in there as well? But what I'm saying is, no patron is going to come outside with their hair wet or wrapped up and think about moving their car. And to touch on what he said about staff parking designated specifically for staff, are they going to have decals to identify?
We would just mark it.
I mean, if I switch cars, I mean, how would you know?
I guess maybe we'll have to look into that.
And with that too, I think that needs to be figured into the signage and what your estimate is on the signage. If there's going to be decals or something that needs to be addressed for staff, that needs to probably be calculated in that as well. So that's just a recommendation.
Yeah, that's a good point. We would definitely have ample funding for that in that $4,000 to $8,000 figure.
Thank you.
So, thank you.
So I'll ask again, does the council want to have the amended code enforcement brought back in March for discussion? Anyone object?
I think for me to include a public hearing, I want us to consider that as well. You know, I just want other people to have an opportunity to speak on it.
Okay.
I'm fine with it.
Okay.
Thank you.
So can we, is what I'm hearing, we want to do a public hearing maybe on March 20th on this issue?
Yep.
Okay. So we won't bring the resolution until after you have a public hearing? Okay. All right, so Mayor, the next issue is the election method discussion. I believe we have Ron here with us and Annie. Thank you. It's good to see the Miss Annie Risku, the Director of the Board of Elections. Yes, exactly. Thank you. So Annie had contacted me earlier with the information that elections are estimated to be roughly $50,000 in the coming cycle rather than $32,000 in the past. And you would have to budget for both the primary and the election. So basically $100,000 is what I'm going to have to budget for in the next cycle. So I thought it was prudent for me to bring that to your attention and see what any of you as council members might want to do. In further discussions with Ms. Risku, we talked about how other municipalities in the Wayne County or even in the local area use the plurality method. There's 3 different methods that you can use in North Carolina general statutes for voting council members into the seats which you all hold. So I'll go through them if you'd like me to, Mayor. Do we have that slide we can bring up, Laura? There we go. Thank you. Okay, so we have some examples here where 3 people are running for offices. In accordance with North Carolina General Statute 163, Tac 292, the plurality method, the candidate receiving the highest number of votes shall be declared the elected winner. So basically, in this example, you have 396 total votes. Candidate B received 150 or the most votes, which is not a majority of the votes, but candidate B would be the winner. The highest number of votes win. Another method, North Carolina General Statute 163-292, is the election and runoff method. A candidate must receive a majority of the vote to be elected. If the highest vote getter in the election does not receive a majority, the second highest vote getter may call for a runoff election between the first and second place finishers. As I reviewed previous election cycles, this could have happened in one of the last 3 election cycles. And you see an example down below there, again, 396 votes. Candidate A and B would do a runoff election, and we can talk about the timeline for that going forward. And then the last method by North Carolina General Statute is 163-294, the election and primary method, which is what the city of Goldsboro currently does. A primary is held to reduce the field to 2 candidates for each office that is required. This would have been required in each of the last 3 elections because one seat, whether it be the mayor or a district council member, would have had 3 or more people running for that seat, and so it would have required this primary. The 2 candidates receiving the highest number of votes shall be declared nominated, and then in the general election, the candidate who nominated with or without a primary are placed on the ballot, and the candidate with the highest number of votes is elected. And you have the example below where basically another 396 votes, candidate A 136, candidate B 150, those 2 would go to a runoff election, and it just so happens in this example during the runoff there were more votes, and candidate B received 213, would be declared the winner. So there has been some questions about why we might switch these things. Again, there is a cost associated to it, but the last 2 primary elections, less than 10% of the electorate has participated in the primary. So that's, I think, if we ran the numbers with Annie, that's like $50 per person voting. Early voting will be applicable in each of these options. That was a question that was asked. How would that work? So there's timelines associated with having early voting, whether you've done a primary in the election or election and runoff or just an election with the plurality method. And in the event of a tie, in accordance with general statutes, the election board determines the winner. So we can go into the different timelines for this. I would like to ask Annie if she would like to come up and make a few comments. There's a slide behind this, Laura, I think, where she showed some examples of benchmarks with other cities our size in the local area. And as you can see, Sanford does a partisan method. Everybody else is mostly the nonpartisan plurality, with New Bern doing the runoff and Goldsboro doing the primary method. So, Annie, thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'm Annie Riscu, the Director of Elections for Wayne County, and this is my Deputy Director, Nicholas Sullivan. Just to start with, this idea came up, it's come up, every time we have municipal elections, why the city of Goldsboro is the only municipality in Wayne County that holds a primary or has, anything but nonpartisan plurality election method. Just to put up front, the Board of Elections has no opinion whatsoever. If you guys want to have a primary, we will happily conduct your primary and bill you. If you want to have a runoff, we will happily conduct a runoff for you and bill you. The thing is, no other municipality in Wayne County has anything but nonpartisan plurality. So that results in the city of Goldsboro footing the bill for their primary completely by themselves. Whereas for your November general election, you share that cost with Fremont, used to be Eureka, Seven Springs, Walnut Creek, Mount Olive, and Pikeville, and 5 different sanitary districts. So that's why your November election is roughly the same amount as your primary election, cost-wise. We've seen in the past the turnout for primary elections in Goldsboro, and a primary results when more than 2 candidates file for office. So we'll know by the end of July whether or not Goldsboro would have a primary election. You may not. It's just dependent upon your candidate filing. I pulled some numbers together from some different municipalities. Every other municipality in Wayne County utilizes the nonpartisan plurality method of election. Here's some different counties, and I really highlight Wake County. I worked with him a little bit. He used to be the director in Wayne County as well. Apparently, he tried to get this done in 2007, and it didn't fly then. But here's some different municipalities, similarly sized. This is not registered voters, this is population. So the city of Goldsboro, 33,000 population-wise, but you only have 20,000 registered voters. So here you can see that 1, 2, 3, 4, there's only 3 other election methods in towns that are similarly sized. Lee County conducts their elections partisan, so that's not applicable. New Bern just recently converted to the runoff election method. They also put their elections, just like Raleigh, on even-yeared election cycles. So that might be something you guys want to look at down the road too, to save money. Raleigh will conduct their first municipal election in 2024 on the presidential ballot, saving them, you know, their election costs are over $1 million per election, so they'll save a considerable amount of money. Then down here, you can see Wayne County, Goldsboro, the only one with a primary. Like I said, we're happy to conduct your elections. That's what we do. That's our job. That's what we get paid for. I just bring it up to you because of the low voter turnout for your primary elections. If you decide to convert to the runoff election method, that, for me, that would be even more, you know, that's going to be less cost effective for you, because then your general election is going to be in October. Your runoff will be in November. So then you're footing the bill for all of October yourself and still splitting the cost of November, your runoff. Also, that's going to confuse your voter base.
That's right.
If you convert from a primary to a runoff in October. So that's my opinion. Whatever you guys want to do is whatever you guys want to do. We're the Board of Elections, we're nonpartisan. I will say one thing, and this, when you all came up with your election method many, many, many years ago, those were different times. Those were different people that, you know, created your charter. Now, 30 years later, you want to reevaluate your processes. 30 years ago, you didn't pay for elections. Now you're paying not only for the full election cost. I think back in the day, you actually conducted your own elections. Now you pay the county to conduct your elections. So, like any process, you know, you have to reevaluate processes from time to time. So that's just my suggestion to you. Again, I want to make it very clear, the Board of Elections has no opinion whatsoever. Whatever you guys want to do is whatever you guys want to do. Yep.
Annie, would you state the filing dates, beginning and end?
I believe July 7th through July 21st, 12 noon to 12 noon, the 7th through the 21st of July.
So that sort of, I wanted the council to hear that so we can know when that date is, and that will impact on decision-making to some degree.
Right. And if, you know, if it's something you decide to do down the road, or if it's something you decide to do for this election cycle, I just can tell you that with increasing labor costs, we're paying more for everything. We're paying more for our precinct officials. We have to have security now. We have to pay for security because of the political climate in our country. We have to pay extra for paper. We have to pay extra for so many different things. So that's why the cost, $50,000 is a high estimate. We billed you $34,000 in October of 2019. It'll probably be more like $45,000, but I wanted to give you the high estimate for the primary.
Andy, Laura, can you push that back a little bit? The slide previous to this, where the timeline, just for people's information. Right there, up to the bottom. Okay, so what Annie was telling me, early voting for October primary would be September 21st to October 7th. Early voting for the November 7th general election will be October 19th to the 4th. These dates would remain the same basically for the runoff method, only your election would be earlier and the runoff later.
Correct.
Right.
Your general would be in October, Your runoff would be in November.
And when you mentioned being possibly able to do this in even years since odd years, you've confirmed basically that general statutes, I was a little concerned, require in odd years for municipalities. Somebody else has done it, so they found a way to do it in even years and tie it to the presidential elections.
Craven County and Wake County have both reevaluated and found ways to amend their charters to have all of their municipal elections for Craven County and Raleigh for Wake County in presidential election years. Now, you have a municipal election and a presidential election year, you're going to go from, 20% turnout to 70% turnout, which is great, because you want your people to decide who their representatives are going to be. So in Wake County, they're going to be on the presidential ballot. They're probably going to have, 70 to 75% of the electorate turn out to decide who their representatives are.
And council can make these charter changes. They don't have to go back to the state assembly.
They can. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's the question I was going to ask for you. Based on your numbers, when you said less than 10% of primary turnout, does that reflect presidential years, or is that so it's not really accurate?
It's not a good.
Voters do not vote in odd-numbered years.
Right.
It's just, you have intentional voters in odd-numbered years. You have, high voter turnout. Everybody wants to vote for president, not realizing how many contests are down ballot. So even numbered years, you guys, I think you had 8% one year. That's costs $52 per voter that walks in the door for you all, broken down. So if you put your elections on, even if you put it on a midterm year, if you were to stagger your terms a little bit and put it on a midterm election year, then you would be looking at like 30 to 40% turnout versus what you have now.
That's why I say I don't want to see it changing. I want to, because that's a disingenuous portrayal of it, because as you say, on presidential years, it's going to be high. I mean, that's just the nature of the beast,
Right.
And unfortunately, people don't come for the municipal votes as they should, because these are the people that are going to impact them directly as opposed to on the federal level. So,
Right.
But I appreciate your input.
Yeah, and you're still going to have people that just come to vote for president or governor, and they skip the rest of the ballot. They're not going to flip it over and vote. But you're going to have much higher turnout. You're going to have much higher, representation from the electorate on who is deciding who sits here.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And did you say for the registered vote in the city, for the city it was 20,000,
Yeah, it's like 21,000.
21,000?
Correct. It's not that many registered voters.
Andy, if we were to switch to an even year, how do you think about that? How do you do it with an upcoming election this fall?
I don't think it could happen this fall.
Right.
It would,
So then midterm, something midterm, I guess, would be a,
yeah. There are you could work with your representative and do local acts to expedite things, or you can follow the path that the charter amendment allows you.
can you slide down, if you wouldn't mind? Yeah, pull it up. We put a timeline together here for council's understanding, if council should choose to move in this direction. Oops, not there, or was it? Laura? Okay, I'll just talk to the timeline then. Maybe Annie, you can confirm what we had previously discussed. So what needs to happen going forward, if council decides to do this, would be to adopt a resolution of intent to consider amending the charter, and then a notice of public hearing on the proposed amendments. And 10 to 45 days later, you can have a public hearing. And then at the next meeting, they could adopt an ordinance amending the charter. And then within 10 days, they have to do a notice of adoption of the ordinance. So basically, the next council meeting would be March 20th. You could adopt a resolution of intent, should council generally concur to do that today, or wait till then. And then March 21st or 23rd, we publish the notice of public hearing. April 3rd would be a public hearing. at your city council meeting. April 17th, you would adopt an ordinance at the city council meeting, and then you would publish the notice after that. So there's a whole process that has to happen should council determine they want to move in any direction other than what we have.
Well, me personally, I don't agree at all of changing our process as it is. And I would love to know how other council members feel about it. And then too, without going into further discussion, because that's what we agreed at the beginning when I asked to have this removed, that we decide to have a public forum. The city council decides to hold a special meeting to discuss this, to hear from our voters. I don't think this decision should rest upon the shoulders of 7 people. But I also want us to consider, we don't want to infringe upon the democratic process. Whether it was 10%, 8%, whether one person came to vote for the primary, I think it's the surest way to ensure that every vote is counted and every voice is heard. In addition to making sure, we don't even know we'll have a primary. That's the first thing. And the second thing is the primary's beautiful purpose is to identify the top candidates. And that is what we want, right? I would hate to see the underdog win just by default. And that's something that I think we should consider. But I don't want us to discuss this because we agreed that we wouldn't. But I think the public that's watching this would love to see where individual council members stand on this particular issue. My stance is I do not think we should change it. I think we should maintain having a primary.
I'll go next. As I said earlier, I think it should stay the same. I kind of teach this in my class, and unfortunately, as I stated earlier, there's a larger turnout during presidential years, and unfortunately, people don't realize that the municipal election is probably the most powerful for the citizens. So that's where I stand.
I don't support changing to a plurality. I think that the majority of the votes need to go to the person who ends up winning. I would like to hear what the public has to say about changing it to an even year, but just on the specific question of moving to a plurality, I don't support that either.
I agree with you. I don't support it either. I think the people should decide.
But to be clear, they are still deciding.
Yes.
Nonpartisan plurality is
Right.
plurality. Okay.
So I did mention this morning in the opening comments about us having a public forum on this. And Ms. Matthews has supported that, and I would favor a public forum before any decision is made.
Kind of with you. I'm leaning toward the plurality method, and I'd love to hear what people have to say.
How does the council feel about scheduling a public hearing? Any objections?
Any objection?
Can I ask Annie her perception on this? So let's say on March 20th, you do a public hearing to see what the public has to say. There is no resolution of intent.
No, I'm sorry, because we're not doing a public hearing. We are setting aside a special day and time to hold a public forum. Like, this is outside of a council meeting. We are intentional about having a meeting to allow the public to come and discuss. That is
Okay.
I thought the agreement, not inside of a public hearing during a council meeting.
Something
I
like the
didn't mention,
parking
but I'm not
forum?
opposed to outside.
Like the parking forum.
Yeah, that's what you're talking about.
Correct.
It's like a town hall.
I won't speak
meeting.
for you.
Yeah. Something intentional, just
Okay,
specific.
when would you like to do that?
Well, we'd have to post notice, obviously, and select a location.
Now, the notice would only need to be 2 days, I believe. We'll give it more than that, probably a couple weeks, but the 45 days that we mentioned earlier, 10 to 45 days public hearing, that still would have to happen, another public hearing after you did the resolution of the 10 if they decided to do that, correct?
So that's beyond my scope. I'm here to just talk about election methods.
Yeah, so,
I'll stay out of
yeah.
anything
Ron,
else,
you wanna-
public hearings, things like that. We'll, like I said, we're happy to conduct your elections, whatever you all decide. you know, you might want to decide to wait until after the next election, since so many on the council now are appointed and not elected. That might be I mean, honestly, that might be an option too. We don't know if we'll even have a primary. We'll just wait and see, you know, in July. We'll know by July 21st for sure. So.
I just didn't know if there was a sense of, it seemed like a sense of urgency when it was brought to the attention of the council, so.
If it's going to happen, if it's
Yeah.
going to happen for this election cycle,
Okay.
there's a sense of, that's the only sense of urgency, because I would hate to like start doing the coding for a primary, and then have you switch in the middle, and then I still have to bill you for coding, you know? So, yeah, but.
Just keep in mind, if you have the public forum, it does not negate the necessity still of having a public hearing if you do adopt a notice of intent. You still have to do
Yes.
both. Okay.
Yeah, and then also, while I'm here, there's already been people who have declared their candidacy for this mayoral seat and a city council seat. They're not technically candidates yet, because candidate filing doesn't happen until July 7th, but, you know, I want to be clear that the Board of Elections is outside of the political aspect of this, but that might be a thought too. Hey, we have 3 people who have already said, I'm going to run for these seats, so maybe now you wait.
It's not a good time.
Sure. But I'm happy to answer any other questions that y'all have. I'm available via email. Just let me know.
Thank you, Annie.
Thank you.
This isn't for her, this is more or less for you, Mr. Ron. Would that be a conflict of interest in us, any of us that say choose to run, make a decision on this moving forward, since we do have a dog in the fight? Okay, just wanting to know.
Could it be a moral compass thing?
There would be nobody else to make the decision. You're the only ones that
Right.
can make this decision.
No, what I'm saying is it would be advantageous to an individual, say I'm running or whatever, and I don't want to face a primary because I want to take it to November or whatever. And I vote against a particular process because it will help me in the end.
Somebody has to do it. If you're going to change your ordinance or your charter, it's you.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why I would go with her recommendation and say, forego it during this election and
Because
possibly.
like you guys have to do it ultimately. It's your decision.
Right.
Nobody else can do it. But right now you have people who have already declared candidacy for
That's
this
what I was saying.
upcoming election cycle.
That's what I was referring to when she would.
Or declared the intent to be a
Okay.
candidate.
Good question.
Yeah.
I don't know if it would be a legal conflict, but I think morally it seems a bit, just following what Councilmember Polek said, it just seems like, yeah, I don't want to discuss it further. Thank you.
Yeah,
Annie.
and I just want to clarify, when I brought it up, we didn't have any candidates.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andy.
Great time.
Is there any way ahead, Mayor?
Well, as I understand it, we're going to come back in March and
Well,
schedule a public hearing, or we can schedule a
okay,
public hearing now.
so we didn't want to do a public hearing, right? We want to do a special meeting for this subject, much like the downtown parking, right?
yes.
And hear from.
Correct.
So do you want to schedule that now, later on,
Go ahead for it.
I don't
after
know if
March
we can-
20th?
I don't know if we can schedule it now because we don't know what the facilities venue would be, but we can say that now that we're going to have one, a date and time to be determined. And we
Okay.
can announce that at a later time, I guess. Is that satisfactory?
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, the next session, we take a break till 2:45. We have a homeless discussion from Councilwoman Matthews.
Get you another.
everyone that you're here to observe. If you're not on the council, and please refrain from making comments or applauding when speakers are speaking.
Okay, thank you. I'm not going to be before you long, but we have talked a lot about the homelessness issue in Goldsboro. I think it is actually becoming a very hot topic now. So I wanted to strike while the iron is hot to share a program with you that I actually saw a couple years ago, and I think this is the best time to talk about it. This is going to be Goldsboro's Employ the Homeless pilot program. I first want to say thank you to Mackenzie Mossing. She is actually the Chief Policy Officer in San Jose, California. She has lended me her ear and her expertise. This is where I got the program idea from. I came across a video and I reached out to her, and she has been very instrumental in helping me just to put together a small presentation, a skeleton model of what it could possibly look like. Please note that this is just the bones, okay? This is something that I would really like for us as a council to do together as a project. So all of your input is going to be so necessary, valuable, and needed moving forward, okay? This program also kind of puts me in the mind of our summer youth program that we ran, and I kind of think that we should model it very similarly to how we did that one. So let's first talk about what it means when we talk about the homeless. So the purpose of this program is to employ sheltered and unsheltered men and women. The program is designed to create hope, dignity, structure, and a path out of homelessness, ensuring that there is a better way. So when we talk about sheltered and unsheltered, that means those people that are living on people's couches, those that are in shelters, those that are in tent city, and those that are on our streets, unfortunately. So I want to take the time to show you the video clip from San Jose. So what they did was they launched a new program that aims to put dozens of homeless people to work as a part of the plan to help beautify the city. Brad, can you play that video for me?
The money was previously approved by the City Council as part of an effort to contribute money to litter abatement. Now, a total of 2 organizations, Goodwill and Downtown Streets team, will each receive $100,000 to go toward this project. And as you said, it's all part of a plan to help beautify the city. In San Jose, a feeling of despair weighs heavily on the homeless. Delfina Alvarez has lived on the streets for nearly 5 years. As a senior citizen with multiple sclerosis, holding a job just isn't an option.
I used to do all kinds of stuff, you know, and take care of handicapped people, and now I'm handicapped, and it makes me feel like I'm not good for anything, you know.
ABC 7 News followed Pastor Scott Wagers as he checked up on a homeless camp underneath the Guadalupe Parkway.
You've got camps like the one behind me has 40, 50 people. There are hundreds of camps like that, all up and down the Bay Area. And this is one of the wealthiest pockets in the entire world.
As the homeless epidemic continues to grow throughout the region, Mayor Sam Liccardo unveiled a new partnership today with Goodwill and the Downtown Streets team. Homeless individuals can now apply for a part-time job making $15 per hour to help clean up areas in the city where trash has been a problem.
We need to change the narrative from one in which we dismiss or blame the homeless as part of the problem to one in which we're embracing opportunities to engage our homeless residents in part of the solution.
And for some, a chance to change course. This homeless man has already submitted his application to join the program.
I'm hoping for a new start, you know, to regain what I had before, you know, start a family, get my life right, never go back to the streets again.
Organizers say this isn't meant to be a quick fix for their housing woes, but rather a chance to build their skills as they try to get back on their feet and into the workforce. Homeless advocates say while it's a step in the right direction, they're hopeful the region will come up with bigger scale ideas to help solve the crisis.
We need these type of programs, public work for people that don't have jobs, that pay a living wage, and we don't need just a few of them, we need a massive amount of them.
Solutions that can't come soon enough.
I pray every day, and I ask God to give us the strength to make it one more day.
The jobs are meant to be temporary, and the program itself will initially start with 25 people.
So while we don't have a huge of a problem as California, we have to admit that we do have a problem, and one that we should be working actively to do something about. One thing that I loved about the summer youth program application was it had a spot that allowed the students to identify what their interests were and what their skills were. And our homeless people do have skills and they do have interests, so that is definitely something that I would like to implement if this program is accepted by council. So the former mayor of San Jose, California, Sam Ricardo, oh, that's me. Oh, we got it. Thank you, Brett. We need to change the narrative from one where we blame or dismiss the homeless as part of the problem to one where we're embracing opportunities to engage homeless residents as part of the solution. And that is exactly what a program like this would do. So the idea is those employed will be assigned specific routes to clean the city, landscape, and other duties and responsibilities in exchange for fair wages. Fair wages. One thing too that I would like to build into the program that San Jose does as well is we would do soft skills training. Again, very similar to what we did with the summer youth program. This training will be mandatory. Every other Friday we'd come in and we would do soft skills training. Believe it or not, everyone that is homeless is not completely without these skills that we'll be talking about, but we understand how important it is to make sure they have these tools inside of their toolboxes as we're trying to move them towards a self-sustaining life. So that's one thing that I like that we would do, and we would lean upon partnerships and those. I know Wayne Community College played a really big role in the summer youth training at that time. So I do want to share a potential partner. Our Wayne County Reentry Council is existing, it is up and it is running. And this is the assessment that we use when we get a new intake. Now I want to be clear, the Wayne County Reentry Council did not in any way say we are on board. However, I did speak to their leadership and they are interested in the opportunity to find ways that we can partner, okay? But I wanted to highlight what this assessment looks like. It identifies the specific needs. So as we're going through those soft skill training, we get to identify who needs a driver's license, who needs a bank account, who needs all of those things. And this is a good tool to help us do that. And I don't believe in reinventing the wheel, a simple duplication, or just inviting those partners who are already doing it to help be a part of the program. So I'm sure what's on everybody's mind, let's talk money. Okay, so what I was looking at is I just kind of did a per person cost, saying that the program employed 10 people. So if we do a $10 hourly pay, 4 hours a day, we're looking at $40, right? Monthly, this is just the price for one. We're looking at monthly, we got $160 weekly, and then we see the total cost for that month. And then yearly, what it will cost to employ one person. Now, this is just that wage amount. This does not calculate into all the other things that may go into this. So the grand number that we'll be looking at is $76,800. So that's kind of one program. But another program that Mackenzie shared with me is the Cash for Trash program. We have been talking about litter and different trash pockets within the city, and this is another opportunity to engage those people to help beautify and keep our city clean, in which we all live, work, and play, right? So supporting the efforts to keep encampments clean, our streets and communities clean. Each trash bag can pay up to $4. This is just what Mackenzie said, so I threw that out. She also developed a relationship with MasterCard. So we will not be putting cash or checks in people's hand. We will be loading them onto a preloadable debit card that will allow them to be able to use it in specific places for specific reasons only. So that's just another idea of a program that we could actually do. And the city of Goldsboro does not have trash bags, y'all. I just added that. Somebody asked that question earlier. So how do we pay for this? I want to take a moment to thank Ms. Felicia Williams, our Community Relations Director, because she has agreed to sit down with me to see how we can discuss the regulations and also how her program and also the home ARP funds could possibly help fund this particular program. So thank you, Ms. Felicia, for all your help on that. And also, could we find the money in our city budget, right? These are just a couple quotes that I found in doing some more research with the particular program. It opened my eyes to a whole lot of other programs and a whole lot of other cities that are actually making initiatives to make their homeless a part of the solution and not the problem. So I'll give you just a moment to read some of those testimonies there. My favorite from Susan Graham: "This is a miracle. I am a miracle." And my next to last slide: "Most people are not looking for a handout. They are literally looking for a hand up." And I think this is a great opportunity for the city of Goldsboro, specifically our city council, to help aid in a hand up. Because there is gold in Goldsboro. Thank you for your time and attention. I don't know how many answers I have for your questions, but I will entertain them. The goal of this was just to show you a possible idea, and if it's something that we're interested in, we would work together to move through and maneuver the way forward on how we can do this.
Councilwoman Matthews, I'm going to start off by saying that it's interesting that you found your way to San Jose, and I lived there for 13 years. My stepdaughter lives there today. I go back there periodically. And I have also on my computer their homeless program as well. Not same as you, but certainly their homeless program. And they are sort of the vanguard, if you will, in the United States for how they approach homeless program there. So I compliment you on your research and your proposal here. We need to take a look at this, at your recommendations. You proposed a solution here, or I won't call it a solution, but a program for 10 people as a example. I think it behooves the council to consider this and look further into it.
Thank you, Mayor.
I just want to add that, I appreciate your time in this matter. This is a situation we can be proactive, instead of being reactive to a growing situation around the country. I like the trash idea, and anybody in this room could become homeless at any point. I mean, that's a reality I think a lot of people don't realize, and we don't realize what skills these individuals have. And I think the main driver for me is accountability. We see certain individuals not wanting to put anybody out there, but in certain locations all the time. In some cases, I've asked these individuals to earn money. So I think this will be an accountability measure as well. Once this is implemented, hopefully something of this nature will be implemented. People in the community will see who's wanting to take responsibility and accountability for pulling themselves out. And I think that'll, kind of discourage a lot of what you see the panhandling, because people will see they can earn money on their own. So I think this is a win-win on both fronts. So I appreciate it.
Thank you.
And Councilwoman Matthews, if I may as well, most folks know that I used to oversee human resources for one of the largest institutions in our city, in our county. And we had such a hard time hiring folks, especially in this situation, because of basic barriers to entry that a program like this could help with. Being able to provide documentation to fill out an I-9, being able to have an address to put on the application, which we didn't really care so much about, but a lot of employers do. And you're uniquely suited in the position that you're in professionally as well, with those employability skills that I think the time is right to try a program like this, and to be able to help folks that are looking for a hand up to get those foundational documents, to get those basic things in place so they can get a work history back and then move on to the next thing. So,
great.
Thank you.
I have a question about the cash for trash program, because I think that's really interesting. It's almost like, when recycling market was right, someone threw a bottle out, they'd go and get it, someone pick it up because you can get money back for it, so there's value there. But my question is that if we do this, would it be just for anybody, or are we asking people to go and clean up Goldsboro along the streets, and then if they can, or will they be taking trash bags out of people's thing to get $4 or whatever? I always think of the way I get jaded.
Oh, no, that's a good question. And that could be something that we decide as a group. However, how they did it in San Jose, it was that trash Cash for Trash initiative was specifically for those encampments. And we've had some conversation about our current tent city, and it was just an initiative to help clean up that area, and we would actually compensate for that. So that was,
Gotcha.
specific for a target area.
And also, while you're on it,
Go ahead.
with that, the panhandling license or whatever that we talked about that was being issued from PD, that could also be a criteria, and if they were to turn in a bag, they would present that. I don't know if that would be a measure to see if this person is, legit. I might be having a bad day myself and say, I need some money. And like you said, go with some trash, but I think that will be a way to also assess the situation to see if these people are legitimately people that say, I want to panhandle, but yeah, I can make some money. So now I have my license that I can do either or, and I can present this when I present my trash. So I mean, that could be an option.
And Mackenzie, they're actually in transition of welcoming in a new mayor. So she is going to send me the information specifically for the partnership with MasterCard. She has already contacted her contact to let them know that someone from Goldsboro would be contacting her to figure out the logistics on that and how it would work. So she's going to send me the actual framework of what that looks like, but it was just specifically for those people that were in the encampments. Yes.
Sure.
Couple of questions, ma'am. I think we can bring this back to your March 20th meeting with some answers, hopefully from the city staff. We'll determine where the funding could or could not come from, i.e. the CDBG or home ARP funding versus the city general fund. So we'll get some answers for that at the next meeting. We can talk more about whether it's 10 people at this $76,800 mark, which is, if we fund it from the general fund, something else won't be able to happen that could have otherwise happened. If it's from the CDBG fund, we'll have to determine how that can be spent, or the home ARP funding. Another question I had is on the employee soft skills training. Do you see city staff doing that, or is that some other organization that we fund, or they'll do for free?
No, I would actually, I'm almost certain that it would be a volunteer aspect, but I would actually like to partner with Wayne Community College. It's a program that I'm actually a part of, our HRD program, and we teach soft skills, life skills, and employability skills every single day. And our staff volunteered our time to help participate in the summer youth program, and I know that without doubt or question, we would be willing to do the same in this regard. Also, I do want to yield to Ms. Felicia, though, to see if that time frame would work for you. I know you have agreed to help me, and I appreciate it, but I don't want to overwhelm you in any capacity. So if the March meeting is too soon, I know me and you were going to sit down specifically to kind of talk about it, so I don't want to give you a deadline. I want you to tell me what would be acceptable for you when you get a moment. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
I just want to say one other thing, and that is that it's just me personally, but I think these two issues are very, very important, and I'm sure they're important to everybody in the room. But if you drive around Goldsboro, and we have a crew, I guess, that does this litter pickup, and it's just a real issue for the city, is that it really, our city does not look the way it should look, and I'm just going to say that, and I think we need to make it a priority.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Chief West on violence.
Good job.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members.
Good to know.
If I get my clicker working. Out of sequence.
Matt, do you have any more of these? Are they floating around somewhere?
Thank you. Again, good afternoon. I'm going to briefly talk about crime stats, and particularly Part 1 crimes or violent crimes, what we call people crimes. Every year, every month when we do crime updates or put out what our crime numbers are, basically we're reporting what our Part 1 crimes are, and that's just going to be what we're going to talk about here. I've got some definitions. I'm not going to go through all the definitions about what are Part 1 crimes. You know, they're homicide, rape, robbery, aggravated assault, breaking and entering, larceny, motor vehicle theft, and arson. The one where I get a lot of questions on when we go over Part 1 crimes, there's two of them actually, is going to be robbery and aggravated assault. Robbery is defined, as far as NIBRS, is the taking of anything of value from the control, custody, or care of another person by force or threat of force, or by putting the victim in fear or immediate harm. So that's going to be your definition of a robbery. The other one is aggravated assault. Aggravated assault is defined as an unlawful attack by one person upon another wherein the offender uses a dangerous weapon or displays in a threatening manner, or the victim suffers obvious, severe, or aggravated bodily injury, or where there was a risk for serious injury with the intent to seriously injure. So those are the two out of all of them that usually generates questions as, Chief, what do you mean when you say aggravated assault, or what exactly is the definition of robbery? As you can see from this slide here, going back is 2018, and because there wasn't enough room, you could actually go back to 2016. 2016 to 2021, Part 1 crimes in the city of Goldsboro went down. So that consistently went down. This, unfortunately, for 2022, Part 1 crimes went up to 1,966 reported incidents, and that's an increase of roughly about 14% over the previous year. It also puts us back with the numbers going back to about 2020. So yes, there has been an increase in our Part 1 crime or people crimes. Again, as far as Part 1 crimes, what's driving the numbers, or what's driving the increase? One of the drivers is going to be rape. I've highlighted it in red. Rape increased in 2022 over 2021, 58%. Now, although that's just 7, it's still a 58% increase of what we typically see when it comes to the crime of rape. Another one of the drivers is the aggravated assault. That increased in 2022, 38% overall. Aggravated assaults does not include your shots fired unless it resulted in some sort of injury. So the shots fired that we're going to go through in just a minute doesn't contribute to this unless there is an injury involved, and that's up 38%. The other one are larcenies, up 15%. I did a random sampling of what our larcenies, 40% of our larcenies reported in the city are from retail establishments. They're not larcenies from residential units or larcenies out of the back of vehicles and stuff like that. It's actually going to be larcenies from our local businesses. So we've definitely seen a 15% increase in there. Now, the other one was vehicle theft. Vehicle theft, again, did a random sample. We looked at them. A little over 80% of the vehicles that are stolen in the city of Goldsboro in the last year either had the keys left in them, or the vehicle was running in somebody's yard, they were wheeling it up in the wintertime, or went out and cranked it and left it, or they pulled up to a convenience store and left the vehicle running and just ran in for just a minute. 80% of the calls we respond to for larceny of motor vehicles are due to operators leaving basically the vehicle available to be taken. So that's kind of our driving numbers, or what's driving our increase is 15% in Part 1 crimes. Briefly again, spoke about shot spotter alerts. Shot spotter alerts now, 562 incidents of shots fired. That's not the number of shots fired through 2022, that's the number of incidents. I'm not 100% sure what the numbers are. I think there might have been like 1,900 rounds or something throughout the year, but as far as incidents or alerts, it was 562, and you can see that highest we've been since we've had shot spotter, and we've had shot spotter since 2016. So more weapons are being involved. We pulled a sampling of the juveniles that have been arrested, not necessarily just for shots fired calls, but we are seeing more young people involved in crimes that involve firearms. So we did a rough look at what we had last year. During 2022, the juveniles that were arrested, and when we say juveniles, were less than 17 years of age, 13 2-year-olds were arrested, 11 14-year-olds were arrested, 9 15-year-olds, 12 16-year-olds, and 21 17-year-olds. So unfortunately for crime, your offenders are younger than they have been in quite some time. So the ages are getting younger to who's involved in a lot of these crimes. Kind of what can we do, or how can we work as a community to prevent violence in the community or reduce the crime? One way that I know the police department can is staffing. I'm 30 officers short currently. That's almost 30% of my department I don't have. So I've had to take resources that I do have, and we've got to move them around, and we've got to be creative, look at the data, where the crime is, and then we've got to respond to it. Where I think we excel, and I think we saw that back in 2020 prior to COVID, is we excel when we have the staffing number, the number of officers that are available to get out in the community and community police. We haven't been able to effectively community police in a couple of years now just because of staffing, COVID, and some other reasons. One of the ways that we can help with staffing is obviously, I know the council was very gracious with us last year in this budget as far as cost of living, COLA increases, and all the other salary adjustments for law enforcement. But we've got to stay after it, not only for an increasing the starting salary, but also benefits to retain what I have. Officers, I'm losing officers that have got 4 or 5 years of service in, and they're leaving to either get out of law enforcement or go to other agencies that pay a little bit more and maybe not have quite the call volume that we have. So we've got a high call volume. So if anybody out there who's listening to this that wants to be the police, come to Goldsboro Police Department and come talk to me and see if we can't help you get there. Another thing is some of the community policing services that I'm not able to provide is SROs in these schools, and that's where we need to be to get to the youth, to help the youth. I've got 1 SRO in the schools within the city, and I've got 6 schools inside the city that I would need to fill, or at least have 3 SROs that can roam between. The Sheriff's Department has got their SROs in the schools in the city. They're helping, but that's where I think we need to be, is back in the schools. Some of the programs that we struggle to do is the Citizens Academy that we do every year, or we try to do. We're not able to do that because I don't have the staffing to be able to put that on for the public. Another thing is the Police Activities League, where we engage the youth, and during the summer mostly, but throughout the year, we put activities together for youth that may not have the opportunity to do things like that. We want to be the sponsors and also to help the citizens with that and the youth. Neighborhood watches, we've got some neighborhood watches, but basically what I'm saying is the police department can't solve all these problems ourselves. We can do a good part of it, but we need the public to help us solve it. I want to be the liaison. My officers want to be in the middle to help. I know Councilman Matthews talked about the homeless population. Homeless isn't a crime. They're victims in a lot of cases. I want my officers to be the liaison that can help. We're out in the field 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And a lot of these programs that we've talked about here this afternoon, everything from substandard housing, housing neglect, parking downtown, everything this afternoon that we've talked about has got a small police component to it. And we can help throughout the city and everything that we've talked about this afternoon, but I've got to have the staffing numbers to get me there. And I think once I get my staffing numbers up, these officers are more than happy to be integrated in a lot of these other programs to help the city and help our youth. But youth is what we really need to be concentrating on. And that's pretty much what I've got as far as the crime in the city. I'll be here for questions. If anybody has any, I'll be more than happy to answer them.
Chief, I have a question. Being that I teach in the school system and I'm on the high school level, with the rate going towards the youth, the numbers going down as far as crime, what do you see the recidivism rate as far as statistically, and looking at those repeat offenders being charged again, being that they have a previous charge, how they're looked at in the system? I try to teach my kids in my public safety class. I say sometimes when you make that first strike, it's kind of hard to get that off your back. And unfortunately, a lot of kids that may change, being they have a track record or a past, their name is pulled up in the system and they're kicked right back in, you know. So do you see that reality of that being the case with recidivism going up based on the ages going down?
Yeah, I think there is a connection there, and you do see kind of that trend, absolutely. I think that's where some of our youth and some of the, even adults, they get kind of caught up in that as well. I've got a past. I'm not able to do better, so why should I try? And I think we've got to look beyond people's past and a lot of things that we do. I know with applications for the police department, this may not be exactly where you were going with that, but as far as applications, people that have got a past, very few applications that I receive now, or at least look at, they don't have something in their past, but I need to know about it so I can help work through that, help them work through that. So I just would encourage anybody that if you do have a past, don't be discouraged, because a lot of these programs can look beyond that. I know that's what we try to do every day, but I do think there is a connection, just as you explained. Yes, sir.
And I was thinking that if the age was 18 or 21, the record's wiped out, do they still show?
Everything up until they're 17, and once they hit 18, adult status, correct. Certain ones. Now, there's certain crimes that they would commit below the age of 17 that will still stick with them, so they're not totally out of touch. But yeah, some of it gets wiped clean when they get 18.
I'm sorry. I have one more question. I have a student, I don't want to, of course, say his name, but he's 17. He'll be 18 in, I say April, I think. But anyway, he was charged months ago, but he hasn't gone to trial yet. will that charge, I mean, even though he's gonna turn 18, maybe he'll turn 18 once they set a court date, will it still be at the 17-year age? Okay, so that, I just wanted to ask that question, so he'll know. Okay, thank you.
And I will say this, it's not, you know, the easiest thing for me as a police officer, any of my officers, the easiest thing for us to do is to go out in the community and to charge somebody and put them in jail. And that's old school policing. That's old school policing from way back in the day, and that's not what we need to be doing. We need to be giving options and use a lot of discretion out here. Charge isn't always the answer. So, you know, as far as mediation, or maybe steering them down a different road, you know, yeah, I could put you in jail, I could charge you, but I'm not. I'm going to give you the opportunity to see if we can't do some mediation with the victim between you. That's the kind of programs that I want to be able to stand up and get more involved in, as opposed to just doing the charge and the jailhouse. That's just not going to work.
Chief,
Yes.
how about the gang problem?
You know what, it's here, it's not going anywhere. It's increased somewhat, but again, my gang unit, you know, with us having to move personnel around, I had 3 gang officers that was in that unit. I've got 1. So the one that we've got now is more of an intel purpose, to where we gather the intel to identify any new gang members, validate the ones we currently have. But it's not as robust as we've had before. But I do still have the opportunity, you know, we've got state and federal agencies that'll come in periodically and help us when we do need some help. So I don't want anybody to panic that we're that understaffed, but I do have resources available to me to come in and assist. But our gang officer, like I said, our gang unit was 3 deep, now we're down to 1. We do okay with that, so we're sustaining it. So, but yeah, there is a gang problem, and the gangs are getting younger. The members are getting younger. Used to before, it was 17, 18, 20, 25, and 30. 13. Now you're getting 13-year-olds and 14-year-olds up in it. And you've got some gang members of the older variety that actually have reached out to us kind of in the back alley thing and said, Chief, you got to do something about these young gang members. You got to do something about them. So we've actually got older gang members asking us for help with the younger gang members, and that's just the way it's tough out there. It's violent, for sure.
I have one last thing. I think it's the last thing, but thank you, Chief, for the presentation. However, I am not going to take the responsibility off of this board as to why we added the violence discussion to our retreat agenda. So our responsibility was to identify ways that we as a board or we as a city could be proactive in helping towards violence prevention. I did a little homework, and I found about 7 or 8 programs around the state and even some outside of the state that are aiding in the very issues that Chief just talked about. And it's not taking the job and the responsibility away from our police department, but it's in an effort to help and assist them. So also what Charlotte does is they have a strategic plan, and it's actually called the Mecklenburg County Community Violence Strategic Plan. And I don't know if we have one, Chief, but they do one on a five-year basis. And I think, you know, that may be something that we could look at as a board. But in this folder, I have some programs, and I've put 1 program on each sheet of paper, and I would like for the council members to take one of these programs and let's do the research to see if this is something that we can bring back, because a lot of you guys spoke very passionately about the violence and the crime and the killing that's happening in Goldsboro. So this was our time to figure out what we could do as a board and as a city in aiding our Goldsboro Police Department, who I think do good job with the manpower that they have, but we want to enhance some of their programs. We want to be able to be proactive. He just said that it's going to take a little bit more than what it is right now. So here's the folder. I'll leave it over here for us to look at. And also, I'll give this to our clerk. Maybe she can make some copies for anybody that's interested. I only have one, sorry, for the strategic plan and what it looks like. It's only a 20-page document, but it is very intentional about what the city is planning on doing and the programs and other resources that they have partnered with to help aid in the crime in their city. So
let me say that last week I swore in 3 new police officers. In my time as mayor, when I took the position of mayor, I believe we were about 27 short. I've probably sworn in at least 15 police officers since I've been mayor. Different races, different colors, different sex, a whole bit. Broad spectrum there. And we're still now 30 short. So the challenge is with Chief West and the city every single day about maintaining personnel. And we'll be hearing tomorrow some of his requests for support from the council to continue his mission. So Chief, thank you, and we really appreciate you and your men and women who are out there every day and night performing the duties to try to keep this city safe and secure.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chief.
Okay, sir, so the the council budget discussion and MPO budget discussion that was asked to be removed from tomorrow's session, we can get into if council's ready for that. You ready for that, sir?
So in your folder, you have the 22-23 council budget. Ms. Laura?
I'll drive it. Want to start?
Ma'am?
I'll drive it.
Go ahead.
She'll move the slide if you
Oh,
want,
I'm sorry.
sir, but,
Okay, all right,
you know,
okay.
basically we wanted to bring this to your attention. There was some concerns from some council members that there wasn't enough travel. Mayor, if you recall, we cut back travel outside of the state of North Carolina in order to, you know, allow funding for other things. If any of these categories council would like to discuss, we should have more or less funding in it. We'll budget accordingly in the budget cycle and bring it back to you in the manager's recommended budget.
Yeah, what you're looking at on the screen now is the manager's budget.
Now, this is the mayor and council, I hope. Okay.
And, yeah,
Elected
and
officials.
Mayors. And then, so take a look at this. And if there's any specific thing you have an issue with or want to add or change or whatever, we need to talk about that.
We've also got the slides for the travel, individual travel,
Yes.
the fees and dues, and
Yeah.
if y'all would like to look at those individually as well.
There's three charts here that your attention is directed to.
Mr. Mayor, I think I'll kind of start with where my concerns were, and it was pretty much on, if you guys look, it's the next to the last, I can't see a page number on it, I'm sorry, but it's where we talk about the travel specifically. I think my only issue was, when we look at travel and past travel, it has been very military-based. Only certain council members have been able to go. And, you know, there's been a couple times that I've asked to attend certain trainings, whether it be women in municipalities. That's a whole nother realm that you can't just go and get from any other training. And I have been denied because monies has been placed into these events, and a lot of them are military based. Now, please understand, this is not me going against the military in any regard. I just want to be clear, and I want it to be fair. The same council members were going on these trainings every single year, unbeknown to me that the training even exists or that the event even existed. So if, for instance, line item number 6, the Association of Defense Communities National Summit, DC, the mayor goes and 2 council member goes. We could set it up where there's 6 of us outside of the mayor, then that means 2 different council members get to go every year in an effort to help see how we can further support our military here and our airmen and women. So I just want us to be very conscious of these trainings and the benefits of broadening our training and allowing other people to go, and having some monies that if another training came up that was outside of these few things that we see here that we do every single year, and some of these events are the exact same event that we go to every single year, and I just think we need to take a look at that. And that was my major concern with the budget.
Let me say for the
Councilwoman,
benefit of
I'd like
the
to respond
audience
to that.
here, each year we put together a budget, which is sort of a duplicate but updated version of the 3 slides that you see here. So this is not something new that is held from the council. The council has an opportunity to see this in draft form and vote on it and approve it every year. So that's an opportunity for anyone who has an issue or request to put forth during that budget preparation. So these aren't things that were put in the budget without the council members having an opportunity to see it.
Well, to be clear, I don't have an issue with what is listed, okay? And to also be fair, every year I sat here, I did not approve the budget. What I'm saying is, can we consider, now that we're talking about it, I'm asking us to consider where we place priority in our trainings, and if this is going to be the priority, I'm asking that the same council members do not go every single year to every single military-based event. And we have to be fair, and we have to not be naive that we have former military men on our board, and those are usually the ones that get to go. But for instance, and I've shared this in email with the city manager and with you, if I'm not mistaken, I would like to go to some of these events, but I'm never privileged to when they are, and nobody ever asked me to go, because it has always been the same individual. So that is my concern when we look at who's going where and where they're going. That was my concern.
That's a very fair statement.
And yes, I have been going, I've gone the last 7 or 8 years. I've gone, we go to those meetings to gain relationships. We have relationships with other cities. We have relationships with people in the Air Force. We have ways to talk to those people off the record.
Yeah.
And in several of these meetings, we pay our own way to go. We go to Langley, we pay our way to go to Langley. We pay our way, if we go to some of the trips on the tankers, we pay our own way when we go. It's all a matter of relationship and being able to speak. And we know some of these people, yes, we're friends of them. Most of us now, Mayor Ham and I have aged out of most of them. But it's a matter of relationships, and it's knowing the people in the Washington, the staffers in the offices, and everything else. So you can disparage that remark as much as you want to, but relationships, especially with the Air Force, other military entities, is very important. So take it or leave it, but that's the way it is.
Well, let me respond to that, Mr. Broadway. You are not the only person that knows how to speak and how to build relationships. And when your time is up here on this board and other council members are sitting in your seat, they will have the responsibility to build relationships, give other people an opportunity. That's all I'm saying. I've gone to these events, and the events that you're talking about, you paid your own way. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about the ones that the city pays for, that our taxpayers pay for. And I'm saying, just as you would like to go, I'm sure there are other council members who would like to go.
We've never had.
So I actually resent your statement in thinking that you're the only one that knows how to talk and build relationships with the military. Because I could run you my resume and the relationships that I have, but I don't think that's necessary right now.
I'm not saying that's not unnecessary. All I'm saying is, over the years, we have established that. If
Because you are the only one that had an opportunity to
Are you
go.
gonna let me finish? Are you gonna let me finish what I'm saying? All I'm saying is, if anybody else wants to go, nobody is asked to go.
How do they know? I asked the city manager not too long ago, who knew about the event? Because you keep it with the same ones that go. That's my point. You're proving my point.
If I could comment, it's typically been the people who are on the military committee, which is the mayor and 2 other persons that go, for instance, on line item 6, the mayor and 2 other council members. So if you want to mix it up, keep the amount of funding the same, the amount of people the same, you just need to tell us who you want to send. And then if there's additional types of training that someone might have, we can talk about that now or at a later time and put it in the budget. But
the money is so wrapped up in these particular military events. The mayor gets to go to all of the mayor meetings and all of these things. We can sit here and look at it. What I'm asking for, I don't know why it seems so extreme. I'm just saying that let's be versatile, let's be a little unbiased, and if this is going to be our focus, then allow other council members to have the opportunity to go to build relationships with the military.
They can go. All they gotta do is ask. Just sit there.
Councilman
Don't
Potman,
look at me like that. You're wrong, because they could go if they had asked. Nobody has asked to go.
This is what I would like for you to do. Provide me an email that was released to council.
I can't
I
provide.
know you can't. So that proves that not everybody was privileged to the information to know that this event was happening at the time that it was happening. And we have to just settle on that. Had I known about these events, once I found out about them, I asked. And not only that, I wanted to attend the Langley event, and I actually sent an email to be informed when that Langley event was happening, and I received no email. So let's not act like these things are not happening and what I'm saying is so far-fetched. It's not.
I think one thing that we can do to try to mitigate that situation is schedule the dates that we know in this budget item here, so that everyone has advance notice. Normally these events are published a year in advance or pretty close to that. And we can put the dates there, and any interested parties that want to attend do so. I'll speak for just one thing on the mayor, whoever the mayor is, and the history will show this. The mayor gets invited to a lot of events and is obligated to attend a lot of those. So when you look at this list of mayor attendance, just keep in mind that the mayor, this mayor of Goldsboro is not like any other mayor. They are invited to participate in things, and so this is not the mayor saying, I want to go to everything. Most of these events are events that we're either obligated to by virtue of belonging to associations, or they are events that benefit the city. Just want to make that a public announcement. The other things here, you have an opportunity to, as we sit down and go forward in the budget process, to add numbers to the attendees, and if you are wanting to go, make your desires known in advance.
I am happy to see the NC Black Elected Officials Conference. That I'm excited to see that. But we also have to consider we have women on the board. Well, currently now, I think it's a little bit, it may not be too late now to consider that, but moving forward, and we see more women on the board. I belong to the Women in Municipalities League, and they have trainings all the time because it is a different type of realm to be in as a woman serving in a political arena where it's predominantly always been ran by men. So we have a specialized training that helps us to navigate through the process, and that needs to be considered too, while we're identifying, different trainings that we are talking about. They have an annual conference. They have quarterly trainings that, I'm sure Councilwoman Jones and I have expressed interest in going, but I was denied because our money is already tied up in all of these things.
Just information, the NC Black Elected Officials Conference has been on the books now for years. This is not the first time it's been there.
Who went last year?
Can I make a comment, if you
Yeah.
don't mind? So the Black Elected Municipal Officials has been on there. We also can add dues. I have not had anybody request that in several years to be on that part of that group, but we can add the dues if anybody would like to. If y'all can just send me an email.
I've paid my own dues for 3 years.
But if y'all can send me an email, because that stays up there, so anybody who wants to go can just say, let the manager know, hey, I'd like to go ahead and attend this, and we can do the travel for it. But if you'd like to go, please just send us an email to mayor or manager or I, and we'd be happy to add stuff as to the draft budget when we create it in the next couple of weeks. Whether it be a conference in Kinston or a conference in California, we're happy to add that as a draft. Okay? Thank you.
This is a little bit more local, but I think with the chamber and the Development Alliance, I think that it would be important for, maybe not the whole board, but for us to at least have a set aside for 1 or 2 members of council or mayor plus 1, something like that. Again, those are very local development focused folks that are looking at issues right here at home too. I think that would be a good one to look, and I realize money's going to be tight, so it's probably going to get cut whenever we get back to looking at this thing, but I'd like to start with that one on there, those 2 on there. Thank you.
So can we get a little bit more on that? How many people would like to go? I mean, mayor plus 1 is not a lot. Mayor plus all council members, what do you want to fund that way?
I think, everyone else up there, I'm spitballing here, to be honest with you, city manager, but mayor plus 2 seems to be a pretty constant thing up there. So if we could request funding for mayor plus 2 for both of those events, their industry appreciation event as well as the chamber's annual banquet. And of course, if the mayor can't go, then it becomes 3 council members or whatever it is, but mayor plus 2 funding equivalent.
Okay.
Thank
you. And the MAC, previously keep that off? Those dues were paid for by the city, and then it was decided not to do that.
I'm going to bring that up again. This budget year, the Military Affairs Commission membership was removed so far as the city paying the membership fees. I'd like for the council to reconsider reinstating that. It has brought about some negative comments from not only council members, but from civilians in the community. And I've even had a couple of military people from the base ask me why the city was not willing to pay the membership fee. So I said at the time that I thought it sent the wrong message to our military friends out at Seymour Johnson, and I'd like for the council to reconsider reinstating that.
I think it's a good idea. I think that's where you find out where the trips are. I find out where the trips are, or you can go on the citizenship trips. It's where you find out things through the MAC meetings. And you meet the military at all of their socials for their young pilots. It's $300 a year. And that's what I've done for years, even before I was on council. That's where you find out.
Anyone want to make any additional comment?
I see a lot of value in the MAC. We have a lot of military-focused events on here. I do, certainly grant that. I see value in the MAC. I see what it does. I understand its importance to the retention of the base and to the support of the airmen and their families. I'd like to see it back on there. Again, we're going to have a larger budget conversation in a few weeks, but I'd like to start with a draft of it on there.
It's $2,100, 7 times 3.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if you feel strongly that you don't want to belong to the MAC, make yours, at the time that we do the budget, make that known, and we won't fund it. But for those that do feel a need and feel that it benefits the city, then I would respect your support in that.
I don't think anybody said me specifically, because there has been a lot of misunderstandings or misconceptions. It was never that the value was not there, and it's so sad that I have to say that every single time. It is not to negate the value of Seymour Johnson Air Force is apparent. It is apparent, and it is without question. All I was saying was, in an effort at the time to save money, which we were, and so many people were adamant, any organization from the Mental Health Association, which we were actually funding, that's a fee. We have to pay. Any other organization that I'm a part of, I have to front the bill. And I think those organizations are just as valuable to the city. They have an amazing relationships and connections and resources at some of those tables and some of those organizations that I'm a part of, but I foot the bill. So as we were looking at ways that we could cut, it was not to say we shouldn't be affiliated. I've attended MAC events. I've gone to events at the Seymour Johnson Air Force Base. I make an effort to support those events when I can. So I don't want that to be the narrative that you sit here and paint. What I want to be clear on is when we were looking at that, it was clear those people were still very adamant about being members, and they said that they would pay their own way. So that is a cost that the city did not have to front. It was not to dismantle relationships. It was not to say it's not valuable or important. It very much is. That was the discussion at the time. It was not that anyone did not want to have the affiliation or did not think it was important. Again, that's not what it was at the time. And it's not what it is now. I see value in the base. And I respect the airmen and women and their children there.
So I'm hearing a consensus that I'll put it in the budget for now, and if we want to cut it later, you can talk about that later.
Yeah, put it in there now, and then if we don't, we can always take it out. I mean, that's what I'm hearing.
Okay. Anything else on the council's budget?
Are there other local ones that we need to take a real hard look at too? You mentioned Wayne, I think, did you mention Wayne County
The Mental Health Association.
That one, is that one that we ought to talk about? Should we, I'm gonna take us in a slightly different direction here. Should we set aside X number of dollars per council member to allow them to pick and choose where they want to have their memberships? If we're going to do, $300 per person for that, does it make more sense to just do add it to the honorarium as a stipend for professional memberships or affiliations? Is that something that the group would support?
I actually like that idea. I think it allows council to go where their interests are. If there's a MAC meeting happening at 9 a.m. on a Thursday, I'm never going to be able to go.
Right, right.
You know what I mean? So I think there's value in allowing council members to go where their interests are or go the membership. I had no idea that the city would pay my membership into that organization. I've paid my dues. I am a very active member in that organization. So that's just, and I will continue to pay my dues. That's fine with me. Because that's a valuable organization as a Black elected official.
I had planned on adding that. I will have potentially new council members coming on in November or December. So I had planned on adding that as city council would be willing to fund that or whatever. It also been
Yeah.
So in the budget right now from last year, or this current year, you've got on line 1295, board member stipends. The mayor would get $4,800 and the council would get $3,000 to spend on top of the honorarium that you get.
And that could be used for professional memberships?
Yes, sir.
To include either MAC or to include, instead of adding MAC, could we move that council number up to, so we don't eat it all up in MAC memberships, could we move that up to 4? Instead of adding the MAC?
I'm not sure what you mean.
The line 1295 on page 1, the board member stipend, the council's currently at $3,000 cumulatively. Could we move that up to 445 or something, and then not add the MAC as a separate line item? You follow what I'm saying?
Or Councilmember Gaylor, what do you think about that 2,100 that would be allotted, allow that $300 to be used by that for one membership into an organization? So for some of us, it would not use that whole 300, and that's money we could put back into the budget. So would you consider that as an option?
Sure.
Because I mean, a mental health is $25 a year,
Right.
right? So that's
Right.
money that could go back into the budget if we say one organization per council member, or one membership per council member, or.
I'm very comfortable with that, just having that dedicated stipend, because you're right, there is the $12.95, on a line item, $12.95, that's that, but I'd like to just increase that set aside and then let each one of us do our professional memberships and call it a day.
To 4,000.
Yeah, I think that could work. Laura, you'd have to tell me if that's enough, or if we're gonna end up spending it all. Right. Is that our page 3? Okay.
Maybe a problem with doing that. No problem.
Oh, that's 8,000.
That's funded separately from the stipend.
I think the only that y'all pay individually out of that was the MAC. Or everything else is like a sponsorship or the council member for DGDC for us, that's the fees. I think it's just one student and 5 on that list. Because the rest of them are city fees. Rest of them are city fees and dues.
Then, to keep this simple, line, 1 could be, instead of specifically MAC-mayor, could be professional affiliation-mayor, and then that's $300. And then line 2, instead of specifically being MAC, could be professional affiliation, council member, $300. And each of us get our $300 and let us do with it what we choose to do.
So instead of adding it to the stipend, just put it there under
Just put it
fees and
there,
dues?
and that way we're not overly confusing multiple
I think
pages.
so. That's good with the manager.
Okay? Sir?
No, I was just.
Anything else, gentlemen? Ma'am? Okay, ready to move on to the nonprofit discussion? Okay. So as we prepare for this next budget cycle, I'd like council to think about what we want to do about nonprofits going forward. Will we continue to use general fund to fund nonprofits? And if so, how much will we spend next year? How much should I budget for? In the past, a couple of years, we've kept it about the same at $160,000. Be advised, any of these nonprofits can go to federal or state agencies for funding. They can go to our city hub dollars for funding. So how much should we budget in FY '23-24 for this? And then how will council determine who should get this money? Last year, basically, we took every applicant and council gave a certain amount of money to each applicant, and we ended up funding all 18 applicants. If we get 30 applicants this year, are we going to do the same, or are we going to cut some out based on some criteria? If you look at the next slide real quick, this is out of the general statutes, which list all the different programs. Now, we haven't done anything that's outside of these programs, but there's all kinds of different things that you can decide to fund or not fund, or prioritize or not prioritize. Can you go back, Laura? Depending on what your thought process is going forward and how much money you want to spend, do we want the city to continue to administer this program via the policy that we created, or do you want to rely on some other organization like United Wayne to do that for us? The most difficult process we've had so far to meet our current policy is the audits. There are a couple of organizations that haven't had audits, and so I was trying to do some research on this requirement. And by North Carolina General Statute 159-40, the city may require an audit if we give more than $1,000 to any particular organization. There are other North Carolina general statutes that sort of apply. North Carolina General Statute 159-34 requires local government audit if the federal or state grants more than $100,000. So that's federal and state money. As an example, over $100,000, the North Carolina state requires you to have an audit. Not a single audit. Single audit like we do here at the city of Goldsboro that's quite extensive, that costs nearly $50,000, is required if you get federal grants greater than $750,000. But a normal audit Catherine's a CPA, it basically says $6,000. And Catherine's here to maybe make some comments on this. I've also looked at what United Wayne does. I can pull that information. United Wayne, for instance, if an organization makes under $100,000, that's total collection of its basic funding that it gets from nonprofit organizations, is the government, or just private donations. If you're under $100,000, all they would require would be a tax return at the bottom. If you have an audit done, that's great. They'll take a financial statement by a CPA. If you're between $100,000 and $500,000, they would ask for a financial audit with a management letter. So in other words, the tax return isn't enough. If you're over $500,000, they're looking for an audit every 3 years or a financial statement prepared by a CPA in the off years. So right now, there's what you approved last year. There's 2 organizations that I have not yet approved for their funding because they haven't turned audits in. And while you've given me that discretion, I'm looking for some guidance here because one of them is nearly $700,000 in total funding, and the other one's nearly $200,000. So what do you all want to do going forward for nonprofits? What kind of guidance would you give me and staff?
I'll speak. I believe an organization that has $700,000 revenue or income can afford an audit. Just like I believe that a $100,000 organization can afford an audit. So affordability shouldn't be the basis for a organization saying, I can't afford an audit. And I think we should require it. It's just my opinion.
So let me get this correct. Anything under 100,000, all that would be required is a tax statement. Okay.
Right.
Because one of my colleagues.
And then, so that's a maximum amount of funding that organization receives. There's
Right.
also a consideration of how much funding the city gives. So for instance, Catherine would say if you give over $5,000, they should have an audit. Not a single audit, but a $5,000 audit. Okay, and regardless of how much money they get from any organization.
Shouldn't have no.
They should have an audit, which is what I've waived in the past based on council's decision to fund these organizations. But maybe that should be, if the city council gives $10,000 to an organization, you would require an audit. Or if you give $20,000, you would require an audit. Whereas the total funding profile that they get, if it's over 100,000, you're definitely going to require an audit, or $250,000, whatever you all are comfortable with. But I just provided some background guidelines for other organizations here for your consideration. And I don't know if Catherine, do you want to come up to the mic over there, Catherine, and make a quick comment?
So, kind of the way that I look at it, so like Tim is talking about, if you get state grant money, 500,000 or over, they require a yellow book audit, okay? If you go and get a federal grant and you get more than 750 in federal money, you have to have a single audit, which is more comprehensive. But I like to think about things proportionally. Federal government, we're talking about trillions of dollars, and they say if you get 750,000 or more, you got to have single audit. State, we're talking about maybe billions, I don't know, it could be a trillion, but let's say billions of dollars, they say 500,000. So for us to say 500,000 or more, which we only have $150,000 to give, so proportionally, that's why the state law, the 15940, says that if a local government gives more than $1,000, they may require. Doesn't say shall, so it's at our discretion. And so my professional advice as a CPA and a practicing accountant is, let's say 5,000. Now, if you, the council, said, well, Catherine, would you consider 10? I would say I could get along with it if you voted it and said, we'd like to make it 10, then I could probably say, I think when you're going past that, you have to remember you're spending taxpayer dollars, okay? So it doesn't, and with all respect to United Way, like they have their requirements, but United Way is not a local government. They are a nonprofit. So it is not apples and apples. They're looking at total funding. The law says more than $1,000 of taxpayer money. So if we give them more than $1,000, we can require. It doesn't say if the funding, the total funding they're getting is more than $1,000, you can require an audit. So it's being very specific to us, and you have to think about, and that's why I think the 1,000 is its proportionality, because local governments, you may have a very small town where if we gave them $50,000, that might be 25% of our budget. It's not here, you know, in Goldsboro, but I think it's proportionality. So I think, to me, when we start looking at like these organizations, like Tim said, the one that's got $700,000 that's asking for an audit to be waived, not even as an accountant, but just as a citizen, I would say that organization should have had an audit. If I was sitting on the board of directors of that organization, I would absolutely insist, because what happens in nonprofits is a lot of it is volunteer time. And what happens is you often have a failure of internal controls. And then whether you're a church or a nonprofit or you're an elderly person, that you get funds embezzled from you because there weren't enough internal controls in place. And that's what an audit does, is it goes in and it does a deep dive look to say, do you all have the internal controls in place to guard that $700,000 if it's private donor money or federal or state grant money? It helps to ensure that that money goes to the purpose for which it was intended. So in my mind, when you have an organization that's garnering close to $1 million, absolutely you should spend $5,000 and get a financial statement audit. Now, I will point out that this one, the $500,000 and the $750 yellow book and single audit, those are different audits. We're talking about a financial statement audit. So just to put it in perspective, that $60,000 or $70,000 that we pay for our audit, it is for a financial statement audit and a single audit. So it's two different services that we're getting. But that being said, if the entity wanted to just have some sort, like I said, we're asking for a financial statement audit, and I would say probably baseline, you're talking about $5,000. So proportionally, when somebody's getting $100,000 or $200,000, I don't think it's out of the question to ask for that, to make sure that the programs and things that you all are funding with taxpayer dollars got spent on the purposes for which they got you to make that decision to let them have that money. But that's my opinion, okay?
And we would generally know what that revenue dollar is based on the submission of their documents for a grant from us, correct?
Yes, sir, and what we require from them, and what I'm having to devote part of my staff time to, is we look at their quarterly financial statements and we make sure that we see a revenue line item for City of Goldsboro. So if, for instance, like Miss Felicia might have some CDBG money she could fund, then we would say, okay, if Miss Felicia gives you $20,000, the city gives you $5,000, we would want to see two different line items, and we would want to see the money coming in, and then we would want them to identify with us, okay, here are the expenses that we used we use the grant money to pay for those expenses, and that's what we check on their annual or their quarterly financial statements.
How does the council feel about this? Do you want to continue to keep the requirement that we have in place already, which is to require audits or not?
I just have a question from a CPA standpoint. What would be the minimum amount that NPO could request without having to get an audit? If we were to say what amount, that way the people listening would understand that. Because the reason I ask, I have a colleague that does Drummer's World, and they are nationwide. I mean, they've performed at Disney World Parade and been around, but yet he's been discouraged because he hasn't been able to provide the finances to pay for an audit out of, what he gets in. But they're doing great things and putting Goldsboro on the map. But I guess if we knew what a minimum amount and what it would cost, you know, because maybe say if it's $5,000, but the audit costs, I'm just saying $600 or whatever, and they ask for $5,600 because that would offset. I just want the people to be knowledgeable of what they may have to pay and what the minimum requirement is,
Okay.
if you could say.
So, you know, I haven't been in public practice in a long time,
Yes,
but I
ma'am.
would say a real basic financial statement audit back in the day would cost you $5,000. And what I would say, and it is expensive because it's an attest service, but I would say that if an entity was having to depend solely on the city of Goldsboro to fund their operation, that's a whole different story.
Right,
They really,
right.
we should not be
Yeah, no doubt.
their sole support.
Right.
But right now, the way we've been doing it, like I said, I don't use the $1,000. My limit's $5,000. So if we had an entity ask for $4,500 and that's what the council approved, then I would say having their quarterly financial statements, the insurance, and their 990 would be sufficient. Now, if the council would say, you know, Catherine, would you consider $10,000? And you all felt in your own professional judgment that you felt like that was reasonable to override my professional advice, I would go with that. Now, if you ask me, say, well, Catherine, we want to make it 50, I would say, I can't support it, but you all as a council could do what you want to, but you pay me to give you professional advice, and I'm saying like 50 is way too much.
Yeah.
I think if you want to move from 5 to 10, I would say that, yeah, I probably could get along with it as long as you all understand the implications of that decision.
Well, are we going to base this on how much the council, the city gives to them, or are we going to base it on the combined?
I think you should consider
revenue?
both.
Both?
I think you should consider both.
But I'll remind you, the statute is the amount that the city gives them.
Yes.
It doesn't consider their total funding sources.
I think one of the things we run into with this kind of stuff is just how we do it, and it's so complicated, because it is costing us a lot of staff time right now. And then you have issues with the public purpose doctrine. How do we ensure that the money that we're giving is not going to be, not just misspent, but is it really satisfying the public
Right.
purpose doctrine? These are really in-depth legal questions that we're not really getting answers to right now, and we need to have answers to.
And just bear in mind, you know, I'm having to take one of my staff people to administer, because we've doubled the number of nonprofits that are being funded this year. So I've got a staff person that's probably spending about 30% of their time trying to keep up with all of the quarterly statements, keeping up with 990s, or I got an extension on my 990, and then following up to get the 990, the insurance requirement. So it does take a lot of staff time, and of course, you know, the city manager does get involved in the budget process, so you've got like the clerks that are trying to field phone calls and paperwork. So just bear in mind, there is an internal cost to us trying to administer these programs. And we're not doing monitoring in the sense of, if you told me that you spent $1,000 on nutrition supplies and let's say some wages, that I've got staff going to those places like Miss Felicia would in her program monitoring. So if the council wants that level, you're going to have to get somebody else to do it, because I just don't have the people to go and do program monitoring on top of that.
Well, you're talking about the monitoring, but before the monitoring, there has to be the implementation, gathering of information and all the other stuff. That requires a long period of time,
Yes.
hours and hours and hours. Mr. Murphy, you can speak to that, can't you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so with that, you know, we're talking about item number 6, but there's 5 more items up there that we need to be talking about at some point too. Not necessarily coming to a decision on them today, but we certainly do need to consider.
I would like some guidance on item 6 before I
Yeah,
sign off on
understand.
those two things.
Understand. So does the council want to continue authorizing the manager to provide waiver authority?
Yeah, okay. I have the waiver authority. Can you
Right,
give me a little guidance?
Continue doing it, yeah. based on the criteria he's using now.
There is no criteria right now.
That's my issue, is that, again, if you're looking at this, how, we have to have oversight, and we actually have to make sure we have an obligation, it's not just a fiduciary thing, to make sure these monies are spent in accordance with the public purpose doctrine. And not just, okay, it's helping somebody. I'm not saying that that's what's happening here, but what happens if we can't oversight it, and that does happen? Because Octavius spends a whole lot of his time on this stuff. Half his day, last months.
Personally, I think when we get over $500,000, $500,000, we need an audit. My vote.
So is that a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion. We are giving over.
Okay.
Was that?
You need a second in discussion if you want to do that, you know.
Well, I'm asking, before I go to the next part of that motion, is that going to answer your question?
If you tell me, that's what we'll do. I think 500,000 personally is a little high. I'm more along the $100,000 mark for total funds, that they ought to be able to find 5,000 for an audit. But that means that these organizations, these two organizations I have yet to approve, would need to get an audit done. One of them is currently working on one, and when they get that done, that could be applied. The other one has not started one that's near the $200,000 mark because they haven't had to.
So does your motion still stand?
I think I'll modify my motion to 200,000.
Motion is 200,000, or will require an audit.
Yes,
200,000 or above.
of revenue.
This organization is slightly underneath that.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Is there any discussion?
Just a quick point of information. So in your motion, we would just look at their total top line revenue. We would not be looking at the amount of money that we are granting them, right?
Right. I believe I don't have the spreadsheet in front of me, but Octavius, I don't think any organization was funded over 20,000. I think the max might have been 18,000, so.
So the 5 or 10 conversation becomes moot under this current motion, right?
I'm just saying we're spending public money.
These two organizations are making over the 10,000. They're roughly 12, 13,000 on what you donated.
So it's moot.
Or decided to.
So any other discussion?
So so they would not be included in this in the current motion. They would still be okay. Is that what we're saying?
Correct, unless you have a bottom line for the city. One organization is going to have to get an audit done because they're near 700,000, and the other one's under 200,000.
Any further discussion or question? All in favor of the motion, please signify by raising your hand. All opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Catherine. So we will amend the policy accordingly, and then I will let those organizations know what council's decided. So now we get back, whoops, whoa, don't go so fast, Laura. Get back to the other questions. That just takes care of this year. What do we want to do going forward? We want to do more of the same, or do we want to fund less, fund more? I got a budget accordingly. We're going to put these applications out for organizations, when, Catherine? Next week, I think, or this week? These applications go out for the nonprofits to request funding?
I'm going to try to get them out. I was looking at that when I came over here.
Mhm.
I'm going to try to get them out maybe by the end of the week.
Okay, so by the end of the week, applications should be online for these nonprofits to fill, if that's what council wants to do in the next budget cycle. And then, we can decide later on, or you can tell me now, how much do you want to have us budget for?
We went through this discussion last year about changing the process in terms of the city managing this program or giving it to another agency or organization. And we voted to keep it in-house. And I think what the manager's asking us again this year is, do we want to continue that? And you've heard comments by a finance director talking about the impact of her office, and we haven't even heard from Mr. Murphy, but I'm sure he could give us a understanding of what is required from him as well. So does the council want us to continue to operate and manage the NPO grant program, or do we want to consider handing it off to someone else? Yes, sir.
I think, this is my first year on. Personally, what I've seen already, my short time being on the board, I think it should be given to someone else. Because the phone calls that I get, and the people saying, even friends who come up and go, you got to vote for this here, you got to do this here, you got to do this. I think we should be out of it. I really do. Again, this is my first time being involved in something like this, but I went on 2 months, and that's what I heard. And the small phone calls I did get, and the people who I did know. To me, I think it's put too much pressure on us. I would like to see it to go to someone else. That's my personal opinion.
Let me ask the staff who actually did it, because it seems like this year, this is my 3rd year on council, and this is the only year that I have been a part of this conversation, this deeply rooted in it, that we've been having issues with our nonprofits. And I think that's because we opened it up, and there are some newer nonprofits that didn't necessarily meet certain requirements, or they were just new and they didn't have the guidance, and for some of them it was their first time filling out for a grant. So do we think we've come to a place where we've ironed out those kinks enough that when we have new nonprofits that apply, that the transition or the process will be smooth for them? Because don't misunderstand, it was just as overwhelming for our new organizations as it was for staff, and I don't want the process to be so complicated. We actually had an organization that decided to deny funding. The last I heard, I don't know if another organization decided to not do. We don't want that to happen at all. We want the organizations to see the process through, but we want to make sure that we've got a smooth process. So do we think we've ironed out the kinks enough?
I think this process is smooth. It just takes a lot of work. If you read that document we put together, there's a lot of requirements to go into it for less than $5,000 of funding.
So it's always been an issue. Like, this has always been a problem, we just never talked about it out loud?
It's just a lot of paperwork, because for us to do our due diligence, we need to make sure they have it. And the one thing that I see with nonprofits.
Catherine, you want to use a mic?
So I think one of the biggest issues we see with the new nonprofits is, they are a one-man band. They're the bookkeeper, they're the administrator, they're the ones that are actually executing the programs. And one thing I think would help for us is because we get in finance asked all the time, what's a balance sheet, what's an income statement? Well, I would say that's business 101. If there was a partnership like with the college where there was like a nonprofit course where it gave them kind of like boots on the ground basics, like here's how you set up a set of books, this is how you keep a checkbook, this is how you set up a nonprofit, it would help them out so much so when they come to us, they've not got the deer in the headlights thing, because a lot of times we get so many questions, and honestly, it's not that we're saying it's not our responsibility, but we can't stop because we've got so much to do to try to school somebody. Okay, this is how you start a nonprofit. That's where there needs to be like an incubator or a class or something that these folks go to, and to me, that should be part of your application. Have you been to Nonprofit 101 at the community college? Check the box. Yes, I have. Because at least they understand that basic terminology that we're talking about. That's one of the bigger challenges. Other than that, it's just paperwork. So like for me, and you say, okay, Catherine, balance sheet, income statement, check register, certificate of insurance, those are things I do all day long. But if you're not, that kind of person you're not used to, I could see where that's challenging. So I think a lot of times they get a little frustrated because they're just meeting that wall. I mean, it's stuff we deal with every day, they're not. So they've got to do a little bit more work, and I know they're already probably working 24/7, 365, but the back-end paperwork is real important because that's what we get in trouble, in our department for. So I don't know if that answers your question.
It does. I think that's a great opportunity, because I think that's one of the things we talked about, like what help are we providing? But our small business center at Wayne Community College does offer that kind of course. I don't know how often it comes up. It's kind of every so often, but that may be a great partnership and something that they could specifically do for our grant, those people applying for those grants. But what do you think that we should turn this process over? And I would like to ask Mr. Murphy the same question, if he doesn't mind answering it, because you guys are the ones that's doing it, our clerk. Do you think this is a process that we should pass, on to somebody else to do? If you don't mind answering that question.
I mean, it's something we can do. The council just needs to understand. It's like I told the manager, I've got a lady, Miss Regina, many of y'all know her because she answers the phone sometimes downstairs. She's been the person I've had to assign to do all of the nonprofits. So she's making sure that their quarterlies are in, their insurance is valid, stays valid. Has she got their license? So she's making sure that all those boxes are checked before she starts passing the funding request through so that we'll pay it. So it's probably taken her at least 35% of her time, and she's really not getting paid. She's paid as an office assistant, but she's having to do a lot of vetting and a lot of analysis that she's really not getting paid for. So if we continue to do this, because we doubled the number of nonprofits we're given to, so it's still the same amount of people, the same amount of paperwork, but it's just doubled. So we just have to take that into consideration. So I think we can make it work. The council just has to realize there's an underlying cost of probably in the range of $20,000 to $30,000 when you talk about staff time. Outside, if you give $150, you got to feel internally we're funding salaries to pay probably in the range of $20,000, $25,000 plus.
Easily.
So that's to manage a $159,000 expense.
And that's just on your side. That's not Octavius's
Yes,
time,
not
my
Octavius.
time, Matt's time, anybody else's time that we're spending. Clerk's time, trying to figure it. Not that these organizations aren't important, but, we're talking about how do you want us. We've put together a level of detail here that is cumbersome for many.
Thank you for soliciting my input. I absolutely love working with these small business owners that we decide to grant allot the monies to. It's just a wonderful experience because, as Catherine said, they don't have the business knowledge, the practices, and the programming in their operations that need to be in order to be supported by an organization such as ours at the end of the day. This is, it's a lot. It's a lot. And I say that because the process starts with Miss Regina, then it goes to Miss Laura, and then Miss Holly, and then to me, and then back to Miss Regina. That's a lot of that's a lot of energy put into the number of files that we work on a daily basis. From a cost standpoint, you can't justify my time spent over the past year, over the past 2 years, working with nonprofits. It's very difficult to justify it because hour after hour after hour, we're in an environment where we have to be compliant. We have outside agencies looking at us for all the right reasons, I may add, but it's our reality. We have to cross the T's, we have to dot the I's. If we don't, we're going to be subject to more scrutiny and external sources looking at everything we do. So I would strongly, highly recommend a third-party agency administer these funds, whatever that dollar amount would be.
Just one other thing to add to that, I think that it's just really not one of our core functions. Yes, we support all those types of things that nonprofits can do, but we're not the experts in delivering those services. A lot of them will do, and they'll go to a Small Business Assistance Center, NC Works, or other places out there that can help them. I think our goal is kind of like when we talked about CDBG. What are our priorities in terms of what we want to fund? Not necessarily who gets funded and how, but we can set aside an amount based on population or whatever, but we let someone else manage that for us, not just because of what I think Councilman Batts said, because of the political pressure, but just because of the efficiencies of it, and it's better set up that way. I mean, we don't have the staff expertise in a lot of areas that we can offer them either. So I think that's why you don't see as many municipalities do it this way. And more of them are just, okay, let's just give the money and let's do the public purpose thing because we know that it's going to go there.
Councilman Batts just stepped out for a second. And regarding his recommendation about, it wasn't a motion, just a recommendation, I believe, to put this third party, but while he's out, let me just ask the council. I think the first question we ought to ask is, do we want to continue providing any funding out of general fund or other funds for NPOs? That's sort of a question asking, do we want to, asking for a consensus, do we want to do that?
I'm not sure we can cut it down to 0, for 1 year, and just, but I think, and I agree with Councilman Batts, that we could have a third-party administrator.
Yeah.
And,
So I'm not getting any pushback on it, so I assume that we will continue providing some funding. I'm going to go back to Councilman Batts here. You made a recommendation, or sort of a recommendation, that we put this into a third-party hands to administer. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you willing to make that a motion?
I make a motion that the MPO money be placed in a third-party
Oversight,
administer-
administration.
Let's say the third-party administrator.
So I'm going to sort of restate what you said there. You're making a motion that the city use a third-party agency to administer the nonprofit funding provided by the city. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is there a second to that motion?
second.
You made a second. Is there any discussion?
I have a question. We're saying a third party, but we're specifying what third party
We
at this
haven't
time?
specified at this
We'll have to
point.
go see who might want to do this for us. I just listed one example of United Way.
So
that
then
could
we'll
do
have
that.
another discussion about who does it, or we decide on who does
If
it.
you want to do that, I'll
As a
do
council.
some research and put that out there somehow.
I think that was kind of my concern. My argument last time about United Way was their scope is so large that our smaller nonprofits would probably not fit on that scope, and then they would miss out on funding. And then now they may miss out on the opportunity to have that relationship and to have that course, and, and I just don't want that to happen. So if we turn it over to a third party, I'm okay, but how much input do we have in keeping some of the processes that we had in place to ensure that all of our nonprofits have a fair chance of getting that money?
That's a whole nother question, right? You'd be applying by the rules that United Way, that I just described a little bit, would be using. If you go with some organization that's not as big or robust or has as many controls in place, which are less than the controls we have right now, you're going to have even less control over how it's spent, and still come back to you on how those services, that money was utilized for services that are authorized.
I think that would, we would identify that, or answer your question maybe in the RFP response. If we put out an RFP and specify certain things,
Okay.
then they would respond to them. So I have a motion second. Any more discussion? All in favor of assigning our nonprofit funding to a third-party agency, please signify by raising your hand. Is that a sort of a, okay, okay. I take that as a yes. Okay, we have, motion passes. Okay.
Okay, so from there, now we gotta determine how much in the budget process. If I'm putting out an RFP to see who's willing to do that, how much we talking about? 150,000? Same 160? Less? More?
If the council would be willing, I would like, let me back, sorry, I can't talk right now. If the county is going to continue going with United Way, which all conversations that I've had is that they will. United Way already has a process. There's members of the United Way board in our room right now. I'm not one of them. And there's members of the United Way's vetting committee in our room right now. Again, I'm not one of them. You know, they've built those processes in place to try to minimize the impacts that Councilwoman Matthews very accurately stated, and to be able to, you know, become stronger in that area. Do we have to go the full RFP route, or could we at least entertain a conversation specifically with them to start and see if that's a nice, clean way? Because again, they're already doing the other large governmental entity in our county.
Catherine, you got any thoughts on that?
Whether we can bypass the RFP process?
And determine whether United Way would be an organization worthy of,
Yeah, so I think you can, because, you know, we're talking about nonprofit funding. So, you know, we're not talking about construction contracts or apparatus and supplies. So yes, I mean, you could have a negotiation process, and, you know, maybe they have a set of rules or guidance for smaller nonprofits that might help address Councilwoman Matthews' concern, where they could get some funding, maybe like some seed funding at a lower level, so they can at least get started and then help satisfy getting some of those new nonprofits off the ground.
And I'm not making a motion that we specifically do that. I just wanted to put that out there, that one, again, they're already servicing the other large governmental
I
bodies.
think we have time, maybe to March 20th, have United Way come in and give you a presentation on that, and you can determine whether that's the way you want to go, or an RFP process or something like that, if that makes sense.
It does.
Well, I know they came to the retreat last year and talked about it. Did we discuss how we would fund the cost that they're going to charge us to do this?
So I think it's a 10% charge, so if you give 150,000, it's 15,000, which is way less than the staff time we got rolled into it right now. So do you want to add that to the 150,000, make it 165, or you want it, you know, and in the end, this can all be tweaked at the end of the budget cycle, but I got to have something to kind of think through.
That's definitely way less than what we're spending on our costs.
That's cheap at the price.
Yeah, I could be, you know, to make this a more palatable thing, I could be convinced to stand beside increasing that number to offset that cost, so we're not decreasing our overall funding commitment, you know, to our NPO partners. I just want to see roughly what that number would be. You know, in this past year, we've had challenges with, you know, workers' comp, we've had challenges with paperwork, we've had challenges with basic, you know, Finance 101 style questions. And there's another organization in our county that has a good reputation that's their business. That's their business model, so. You know. End of statement.
So,
It's basically 16,000 if you add 10%, so you're talking 176.
Right.
so that brings up a question, or bullet number 3. How much do we want to budget? We budgeted $159,000. That's $4.80 per resident, if I read that correct.
Right. To include
And,
kids.
we did some homework last year, and we found that cities comparable to our size or larger gave anywhere from $1 to less than $1 per resident. And I'm not saying that we are wrong in doing. I'm just saying that, you know, we are way above the average. We want to continue doing that, fine. That's what we're here for, but just be advised that we are, our average is pretty high.
I think so. Do we consider, I know Councilman Gaylor said upping it, but do we consider subtracting to include that 10%? If, I mean, we're speaking hypothetically, if we decided to go with United Way, would we make the adjustment to include it in the overall thing with, you know, so we don't have to add additional monies? Should we just, you know, y'all
That-
get what I'm trying to say.
And I think you're right. That is the more fiscally prudent approach. There's no doubt about it. I'm trying to be a bit of a people pleaser, given that, you know, those are some of our most valued partners, and in some cases, very long-standing partners.
Yeah.
But what you're stating is by far the more fiscally prudent approach.
Yes. You want to make a motion to do that?
No, because I don't think we've decided specifically on United Way with. But I will.
Maybe on the 20th, I can give you a little bit more of the benchmarks with some other local cities, if you'd like, to help you make that decision. We will be way ahead of the budget process, so.
So we'll take up the dollar figure at a later time.
Okay.
Anything else on that list we need to address?
I don't think we talked about, number 2. I know former Councilman Aycock talked about that a little bit, and I think some of us were kind of turning it around in our minds. What type of NPOs do we fund? What services do they provide? It is a thin line to walk on when you, again, want to continue to have relationships and all of that, but I do think it's a conversation worth having, considering we talked about it a little bit before.
And to your point, we have a strategic plan for this city. Do we shift this towards things that are specifically hitting our strategic plan for this city?
So you're gonna tie their hands a little bit once you give them this funding, and I don't even know if United Way would agree to that. They maybe would. We can talk about that, right, on which ones of these things, or you just say, as long as it's within accordance with General Statute 160. Point.
Or it'd be organizations whose mission aligns with point B on our strategic plan. So that's more what I was suggesting. I don't know what point B is, don't quote me on that.
And that's what I was saying earlier. If there are certain objectives that you come up with, there's certain organizations that would more fit that bill. But for just general welfare nonprofits, you give it to a third party to administer, they're much better at doing it than we are.
That's fair.
Frankly, we're not very good at it. It's not what we do.
Yeah.
I think that
All due
she
respect,
mentioned-
Octavius.
Councilmember Brandy, that's a much broader question than you can imagine, because the Chamber of Commerce doesn't even fit on this. Go Wayne Transit Authority doesn't fit on this. So it's a much broader perspective to look at when considering, and it definitely would be something to chat about and be a part of.
Let's clarify that one. I'm not talking GWTA that we fund for $300,000 a year.
Yeah, because those are different.
We gotta do that,
Yeah.
right? Chamber of Commerce, we can talk about that separately if you don't wanna do that 20,000, but I would think we continue to do that. GWTA, not GWTA, but, the Wayne County Development Alliance is another piece we'll need to talk about at some point in time.
Like I'm saying, if we just, and this is not me saying this as a suggestion, y'all, this is just me saying, if we decided to only say we're gonna fund those organizations that focus on parks and recs, I'm saying do we wanna go that, I do think it's worth the conversation, because we've had it before, but we just kind of stopped because it got a little heated from what we got from, the recipients and things like that. But I really want us to be intentional about the money that we're, using. And I don't know if we even have room to say if we turn it over to a third party. I don't even know if they would consider us saying we only want to have this money allotted for parks and recs. I don't even think they would agree to that. So.
I don't don't think they would. I think you'd have to define, okay, we've got this mission here, and this is their core mission, and we align our resources with theirs as part of our strategic plan.
As long as they can describe how it meets
Public
North Carolina
purpose.
General Statute 168, Tac 209, and it's somewhere underneath all those programs. If you want to specify, I think you could do that, and we can talk to them about that when they come on the 20th.
But normally, that's why you've established partnerships with people like the Chamber of Commerce. Their role is to support local businesses, and city's got a goal to support local businesses. We want to be a part of that community, so we're members of the chamber. We may give a little bit more just for economic development purposes. I'm not suggesting that, but I'm just saying that's an example. Even though it might not fit in with all the models, it's done for a specific reason.
Well, I can speak to this. All the nonprofits that we funded fit into these specific criteria. So this is a comprehensive list of services that all of our both small, medium, and large nonprofit organizations fit under.
So to go back to Councilwoman Matthews' reference to one of our former illustrious council members' comment, he was speaking, correct me if I'm wrong, but he was speaking about the Railroad Club receiving nonprofit money. Did that fall within the definition of one of these categories here? But eventually they were funded.
By definition, public transportation.
I beg to argue with you on that.
And it would definitely, it's a category that can be challenged and.
Oh,
But by definition,
But the justification there was that, hey, we took everybody that submitted an application, pretty much, and they were on the list.
So that's what I'm saying, you guys. We talked about, do we have specific areas of interest that we fund? That's what I'm speaking to. Like, I get this, right? I'm not speaking towards that. I'm saying at one point in time, around the time we was talking about United Way, we were also talking about what organizations we would fund based on the services that they provide.
Yeah,
so I'm asking, are we gonna spend the block on that as well, or are we gonna keep it open? Because he also mentioned another service that was provided. You know, I'm not gonna say which one it was, but he received a lot of heat from that, and it caused us to kind of back away from the conversation. But it's something that we do need to talk about. It may not be convenient or pleasing to everybody, but if we're gonna follow a strategic plan, or if we're gonna create a mission for our nonprofit money, then I think it's worth that. Or we can play it safe and not have any type of stipulations or requirements on it.
that's one of the reasons I recommend it, because there are a number of gray areas, to your point, Mayor, because, and for us to transfer that risk exposure, risk selection process to a third-party vendor would help.
And if you leave it up to United Way, they may, for instance, pick human relations as the category they use our funding for and apply it all there to keep it very simple, and that obviously gives them other funding to spend other ways that they wouldn't have to describe. But when you give them funding, I would expect United Way to come back and tell us how they spent it.
That they have to, yes.
And they may make it simple by just putting it all in one of those categories, while they're doing many other things.
I think this is a subject we can broach with the speaker when they come on March 20th.
Yes, sir.
I think it's a valid comment too, by the way.
Will you be inviting are you still gonna do the research, or we just settled on United Way?
I don't know, did we settle on United Way? I said I'd ask United Way to come back.
Yeah, I was just using them as an example of the framework and all that fun stuff. Look and see who else is out there.
Interested, okay. Murph, you got a new task. See which nonprofit organizations are willing to come talk to us about how they would oversee our funding.
What else do we have to discuss? You know, we spend an awful lot of time throughout the year talking about MPOs. We really, really do.
For 160 or 70,000 out of a $70 million budget.
Yep. Okay.
Jack, I got a bunch, I got
We don't have anything else?
That's it, sir, for today, minus your wrap-up of any earlier discussions.
What did we accomplish today?
Oh, wow. Okay.
Laura's got the list here.
And I can put these retreat decisions
Yes.
in a chart for everybody too.
Yes.
And that way we can have it on the screen tomorrow.
Yes.
For
Okay.
the follow-up. Okay, so the ones I have marked that were council action. Council gave consensus to move forward with a system development fee. That was the one.
Yep.
District maps that show problem issues, planning to provide to council.
To talk about it
For the
again.
substandard housing
They're gonna
topic.
bring it up again.
Can you say that again for substandard housing?
District maps, I think.
District maps that show the problem issues, planning to provide those to council, planning department. On downtown parking, consensus was some type of public forum, to be determined, the date on that one. I'm sorry, that was the election.
Yeah.
Yes,
I'm
that was
sorry.
election, yeah.
Public hearing, downtown parking, I have consensus for a public hearing on March the 20th. Correct,
We're going to set the date on March 20th.
public hearing.
Yes, correct.
Yes, sir. And then the election method, that was the public forum, date to be determined.
And I assume, but just stop a second. When we come back on March 20th to talk about date, we'll have some potential location and dates to select from.
I'll do some research on some locations
Okay.
that can hold.
Is there any interest in doing it before March 20th?
Well, quite frankly, I'd love to see us do it before that.
Because if you do it later and, you got a whole month-long process after, let's say you do it March 20th and you get a consensus from council to move forward with the process, you would have to hold a hearing, I guess on the 3rd, April, the first meeting in April. You're getting further down the line is all. I'd have to go look at all that.
But it's still enough time though, right?
Yes, it's just a matter of how much time you want to give the people who are running for office. They have to submit, what, in July 7th to 21st, if I remember?
Yeah, she said the filing dates were the 7th through the 21st. So
Okay.
if y'all are interested in doing it earlier, I can look for some locations and post some dates and send it to you in an email.
Personally speaking, I feel that we would be doing a benefit to any candidate by having this hearing and decision-making at the earliest possible time. I don't mean next week or March 20th for a decision, but let's not just keep putting it later and later. What else did we accomplish?
Homelessness program, Ms. Matthews discussed, bring back at the next meeting with possible funding source. And then several things on council budget, which we'll be working on the budget here in the next couple of weeks. So if council has any trips, conferences they'd like to attend, y'all send it to the manager and I, that way we can include it in the budget as part of the draft. That would be helpful. So we talked about the chamber annual banquet and the WCDA appreciation of it being added, MAC dues, And then that's pretty much it for that topic. On the MPO discussion, the vote to require the audit, anything above $200,000. And then on the MPO process, we'll have the United Way come speak and any others that between now and March the 20th will come speak on their proposal to help with the funding on that one. Anything else on this, Manager?
I don't think so.
And I'll put all this in a chart before tomorrow morning, and that way you all have a copy of it. And I'll spring tomorrow afternoon, and I'll type it while we do the next set tomorrow afternoon.
I have two questions, Ms. Laura.
Yes, sir.
For point of clarity on that, I want to say, borrow it real quick. What is it? The Stantec, was that the name of the corporation?
Stantec.
Yeah, that, Stantec, I'm sorry. That part of it was just, when you spoke of that, us agreeing on it, that was just for further conversation, correct?
Yeah.
Because it sounded like the way you said it, we voted to go with that, but we were just going forward.
This is to move forward.
Okay. And then my second question, what's the deadline for the MPO applications? Was that?
When was the last day?
Was it?
Early March. It was like a 2 or 3 week period.
3/15, okay, thank you. That's all I had, thank you.
So we actually did a lot of good work today, accomplished a lot. Seemed at times it may have seemed like we were just discussing stuff and arguing back and forth, but it really did, it was very productive. One of the better days that I've experienced in these retreats, and hopefully tomorrow will be the same. Anyone got anything they want to say before I turn it over to the manager? This is not makeup time here. Okay, Mr. Manager, you have anything?
I don't have anything else, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Manager?
Just thank you for filling out the sheets. Remember, if you haven't filled them out, just fill them out. We want to really hear your comments too. We'll be tabulating all those things and kind of gauging what the thoughts are of the retreat. We'll also be, in a separate kind of format, we'll be asking the staff how they feel about this retreat, so we can improve processes and going forward.
So it's 4:34, we're 4 minutes over time. Unless anyone has any objections, we'll recess until tomorrow morning at 8:30. We are